Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope y'all are doing well. We are back with some more Elden Ring. Let me click into the game itself so I can actually control shit. There we go. I'm going to start a new run today. We're not done with the Ashes of War run by any stretch of the imagination, but and I do plan to continue it. But I've been kind of really having this urge to try out consumables only for quite a while now, and I don't know. I was kind of just feeling it today. So, and I'm not going to be like rushing my way through these runs. So we can kind of like alternate a little bit if I feel like it. This one will probably just take me a while because, it might just be like an any percent situation, but I might end up doing like an all bosses thing eventually with it. We'll see. It's definitely not going to be like region locked or anything. Region locked all bosses would be like kind of a cool challenge to do at some point, but, maybe with some other particular stipulation just to make it even more interesting than just clear an area. Uh, but even so, this is just something I've been kind of thinking about for a bit and really wanted to just give it a try. I don't really have like a super specific plan in mind, so I'm preparing myself for general failure. Maybe not failure, but just overall having the game be pretty unforgiving at times with this run, especially because I don't have like a lot of things plotted out as far as like how I'm going to get the resources that I need or the recipes even. But I've got stuff up on the side so I can kind of like look things up if I need to, and then hopefully we'll just kind of be able to make do as we go. Now, as far as like the rules of this run are concerned, the main gist really is just use consumables. I would kind of feel like it would be technically allowed in some cases that you could use like certain buffs from Ashes of War or spells or whatever, as people often do when they're doing these types of runs, just because it makes life a little easier. As so long as you're not, directly attacking enemies with any sort of like offensive spells or weapons or Ashes of War or anything like that, you're only using consumables for that kind of stuff. Um, so yeah, like depending on how things go, I might decide to allow that, but I think at least initially I'm going to just kind of say let's not do that unless like certain fights just become like too difficult to really do damage wise without those buffs. Because in consumable form, there's already actually a handful of buffs you can get. Because we're talking about like exalted flesh, obviously any of the like cured meats and stuff that give you like resistances and things like that. Boluses you can use for curing things, of course. Um, but there's aromatics that give you buffs. There's the blood boil, uplifting, and iron jar are all technically on the table as far as consumables are concerned. Um, the physic and obviously our regular flasks are still allowed. They're regular consumables. They're just reusable. So any of that kind of stuff is still technically, totally fine to use. It's ultimately a question of, you know, do I allow for like special buffs from certain things like the attack damage buff from the jellyfish shield, for example, would be really nice to have during this run, but it isn't really a consumable, so that's kind of a big old question mark as to whether or not it would really be fair to keep in the rules. But at the same time, it's not. This is not any sort of like super serious run, so I don't know how much I care. Like at the end of the day, but yeah. So what we might do, I'm trying to figure out like which class I should start as. I almost feel like the wretch would even make the most sense here. Aside from the fact that we're just starting at level 1, our stats are certainly not anything particularly great, but we also have like even stats across the board as a wretch. And the one thing about it is like in this run we're gonna want just about everything we can get stat wise. It might seem a little counterintuitive because you're not using like weapons and stuff. A lot of consumable items also still scale with your stats, usually to a bit of a lesser degree, but it's still going to be potentially important that we increase our stats so we can get every little bit of damage or whatever out of certain stuff that we can. So in that regard, I think obviously we're going to want health. We're going to want, so vigor and mind and endurance, really, all three are still going to be pretty important. But outside of those, we'll probably prioritize dexterity and strength. Maybe dex a little over strength. I'm not really sure which. But even intelligence and faith will also scale with certain items that we're going to want to use. So we'll also still want to level those, and potentially arcane as well. I think arcane might give us the least in terms of any sort of damage output, but it does also help with like our item discovery and things like that. So I could still see there being like use cases for it, and I don't know for sure, but it might still help us like proc statuses like quicker. I don't know how exactly that affects throwable consumables, to be honest. It's not something I really looked into personally. So let's see, we either go that way, or we could start with someone who's got like a little bit just kind of better stats all around without like too many penalties and other things. Like the samurai is always a good place to start in terms of just general stats. The hero has good strength, but and vigor and all that. Nobody's stats are like especially bad in anything, I don't think. I'd say maybe one of the worst is the astrologer. Well, astrologer and prophet both have like a 7 in one stat, but that's about as bad as you get. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. The other thing is that like starting off at level 1, I think means that we don't have to spend as much to level up. So I think we will start with the wretch just for the hell of it. And if we decide to incorporate like item or spell buffs, sorry, not item, Ash of War or spell buffs or something in the future, it won't really matter because we can just get whatever we need. But yeah, we're gonna endeavor to not do stuff like that. So for now, we'll go with just a regular old wretch. And do I have any particular appearances? I should have like created a look for this character ahead of time. I don't really have anything like super great. I don't want to just use Krampus again, even though I did feel like that was sort of fun to use for a while. Oh, let me think. We're probably going to ultimately want, we're going to need to do Alexander's quest line in this, which is good that we don't need to kill him for this because we don't really benefit from the Jar Shard talisman because that's more for skills. So thankfully we can just kind of do his quest line, but the main reason why it's good to do, if not necessarily all of it, is that we want to get the Jar Friend talisman from the little Jar Baron in Jarburg. It's a lot of jar. But then Alexander himself will also give us the helmet that is just a jar, the pot, whatever it's called, which I think also gives you some benefit. So we'll probably want to make sure that we get both of those items. I'm just not going to worry too much about appearance right now. We're just going to go with like the default, although we can change it later if I think of like some fun idea. Aged, no thanks. We'll just stick with that. That's fine. And then we just need to enter a name for this person. I could have thought of this beforehand too. To be fair, the last couple days I've been pretty tired. I kind of just like started this up on a whim, just because I had the urge to do it. So, we'll just do that for now. Nope, rich. Keepsake. What do we want for keepsakes? Actually, we might just want the free cracked pot. It just gives us one less that we need to find. Obviously, golden seeds are still good. I think the cracked pot just kind of makes the most sense in this case. It doesn't give you more than you would naturally get in the playthrough. Like I said, it takes kind of one of them out of the game to give you one for free, so that you can still have the same amount max, but yeah, you just kind of miss one basically. But yeah, we're gonna want to make sure that we get all the crack pots and ritual pots that we can. Obviously, perfume bottles, of course. And then we're going to be doing a lot of crafting this run, so expect this run to, just because I'm not in a rush to do it, especially if I want to do a lot of bosses, I would say go ahead and expect this to not, like, be a super fast run through the game. I will be probably farming here and there, although some of that I might try to do off stream, just so it's not, like, a lot on stream. But we'll see how things go. All right, let's finish this up. So in order to get started with this, I'm going to actually skip this time. In order to get started with this run, since we're not allowed to use weapons, we obviously have to ditch that. And then we need to try to get, like, whatever runes that we can, just kind of laying on the ground or in skulls or whatever, to be able to purchase what we need for the crafting kit and cracked pots and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to be, like, kind of running around a little bit here at the start. I'm not going to bother, like, fighting this guy, obviously. I'm just going to jump off over here. Okay. We have our flasks. We are going to want some FP in this, because, you know, a number of consumable items in this actually do use FP when you're throwing them, but we will hopefully not need, like, a crazy amount, and can therefore mainly get by on, like, just a couple of blue flasks. But yeah, I have to skip the tutorial area too for now, because we don't have really a means to fight anyone down there. But we might come back, especially if we do, like, an all bosses sort of thing in the eventuality of this run. Obviously, we'll want to come back and kill good old Rick in there. I'll also be picking up things like Roa fruit and stuff like that that we might not necessarily need, because one thing that we're going to need to do more than likely in this run is just sell things for extra runes, including just whatever random shit that I pick up.
Are you familiar? You may all that. It will leave even if Grace to castle the home. It to castle if you.
Okay. Should be. I don't even know why I'm bothering talking to him fully, but whatever. We get that out of the way. Okay. Just coming up here to grab some resources really fast, and then we will just start running, I guess. So with one cracked pot available already, we can already make at least one firebomb type situation, but obviously we don't want to just kind of, like, be wasteful with stuff like that. Eventually, we're probably going to want to kill the bell-bearing hunter for at least the one early on for the bone peddler's bell, so that we at least have the option to buy bones instead of necessarily just, like, acquiring them from you know, sheep and stuff like that. But Again, early on, we're probably going to need to do that a fair bit.
Are you gonna head to Pottsburg?
I am going to head to Pottsburg. Also, how's it going, Shadok? And thank you again, by the way, for the 34 months. I appreciate it very much. Welcome back. We also don't need smithing stones, like, at all, so we can just sell them. That's not what I wanted. Please just let me pick up the item. Thank you.
And I can also that you're not red wine. I am Carlin.
All right, let's see what you got here. We want the crafting kit first and foremost. That'll give us the recipe to, at the very least, make like bone darts and stuff like that. And we can also make fire pots with that, but we do need ingredients for it. Because yeah, we don't need bone arrows or bolts. We should get the darts automatically. We don't need to worry about things like glowstone and invigorating meat. We are going to want to get the holy water pot recipe, but we can come back for it. We don't need it right this second. So maybe we just start with some throwing daggers. They're kind of like our cheapest option right now. Let's buy as many of these as we can.
Goodbye.
And then as far as like heals and stuff are going to go, I don't normally do this, but I guess I'm going to try putting my flasks on my pouch instead. Because I'm going to want to prioritize using the square button for just for like attacking basically, and potentially using buffs. Well, let's see though. So my horse I'm probably still going to want there, flask maybe here, so we're probably just going to want my heal on right and left maybe. That's going to be really, that's going to take me some getting used to for sure. Actually, you know, I tell you what, let me just leave them on here for now. We can figure this out as we go. It's not like I can't still just cycle through them. Yeah, we definitely will kill the bell-bearing hunters so that we have the option to buy some stuff instead of just farming, but we are going to have to do farming one way or the other, so it won't make too much of a difference. Now, how much can I get for killing one of y'all here? That's not great. It costs 2 just to do that, and only 4 runes. But we can immediately make like some bone darts, so that's good at least. So in order to make our pots, we're going to need mushrooms and smoldering butterflies, and we do need to prioritize getting our fire pots because there's something that we can renew without having to necessarily kill things. We can just farm butterflies and mushrooms. So, and we do have 1 pot that we started with, so that'll at least help. Elmer's armor and roll the animals to death. Well, as fun as that would be, that technically it would not be in keeping with the rules, so. All right, hold up. What about, just leave that there for now. Let's go make our way. We need to get our horse and, you know, any butterflies that we can collect on the way and stuff like that we want to figure out. But we're kind of just going to have to, like, roll around this whole, run around this whole area until we figure out where the things that we need that we want to farm from are. More specifically, I mean, the easiest place to gather mushrooms and flame butterflies that are close together. We'll figure it out. We'll make it work. But we don't, you know, now that we have at least some throwables, we don't really have to be, like, pacifist about it, but I am going to just run by a handful of things until we have, like, a little bit more of a surplus of, like, stuff to throw. There's some kukri, which is nice. Excuse me, sir. I don't want any. No, thank you. Hey, Lil Cacao, how's it going? How's everyone holding up? I'm doing pretty decent. We're trying out this consumables only run today, or at least the start of it. As I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I'm not done with the Ash of War only run. I will still be doing more of that. But yeah, I just have been wanting to kind of get this thing started for a while. I've been like really just feeling like playing it, so that's what we're doing today, at least the start of it. Is this a modded run? No, just base game. Just base. There's no cheats or anything.
Have you heard of the they serve? But I can play turning to 80. You need to the foot. Then it's summon me. I bequeath. Use it will some torrent. Treat him with respect.
And then eventually we're going to want to be able to level up as much as we can too, which is also just another reason why we're going to have to prioritize farming at least some of the time. That way I can use renewable resources without, you know, kind of spending our runes just to buy more stuff. Because we're going to need to use runes. We are still going to have to buy things somewhat frequently, but we at least need to spend some of our runes on levels so that we can make our damage with consumables and stuff better. Because they do scale. And like I said, I'm just picking up weapons and stuff like that so that we have the means to sell them for extra runes. That's the only real point in picking them up. Obviously, we're going to want armor or something eventually, but just for some defense. All right, let me quickly see if we can grab the wet blade and stuff that's down here just to grab it. And oh, I need the map fragment too. I might die doing this because I'm taking this as kind of a weird way. Give them a second to de-aggro. It's frustrating the pod friend doesn't give you the talisman until after Alexander's quest. Yeah, I do wish that you could get it like sooner, but that's why we are going to have to just do his quest, or at least try. I'm pretty sure we can still get Alexander outside of the hole he's stuck in with consumables. As far as how we're going to do that, I don't really know for sure. Probably going to just have to like throw jars at his back or something and hope that he doesn't die. I mean, if it ends up that we just can't get the jar friend talisman for whatever reason, we should still be able to do the run, but it's going to make it harder for sure. But yeah, that is like one thing that I didn't really think about beforehand was how we're going to get Alexander out of his little hole.
I'd heard and upon the talk thou art possessed call forth. I was in try torrents. 'Tis a bell summon them, the spirits, now it is that. For I doubt how long will it be before the time?
Alright, later. Let's see. Let's get some more pots here.
Wait, well, you're back.
Shouldn't need that. We get rid of the row of fruit. The other things we're going to want to probably keep. Maybe not the leaf flower. We can get more of those anyway. You can buy 2 more of these for now, at least. And I guess, let me just save what I have left so that we can afford that other one soon enough. All right, now we just got to go find ourselves some flame butterflies and stuff, and more mushrooms, of course, so we can just start making fire pots with which to use to kill things and farm what we need to just here and there. Like I said, the start of this run will probably feel a little bit slow, but we will get there, and we will definitely start killing some more stuff as we go. The horse certainly will help us get everything kind of farmed up a little quicker. Any sort of consumable runes we find on the ground are certainly helpful too. Very nice to have. Okay, give me this. Like these butterflies, please. The herba, why not? Alright, that should already give us the means to start making some fire pots right there. But I am definitely going to have to figure out like a good route for making fire pots as far as like you know, just getting butterflies and mushrooms that are like potentially close together. Wonder how much. Look and see how much these sell for actually. The Erdleaf flowers themselves won't sell for much, but the furrow calling remedies, finger remedies might actually sell a decent amount. Alright, so we can have a maximum right now of 3... Wait, 5? Do we have 5 cracked pots already? We do, okay. I guess it starts you, it doesn't start you with 1, it starts you with like 3, doesn't it? Well that's good. We can make a fair bit then. That's a very good place to start. And we can buy one more yet once we have the runes for it. Fire slugs by the Coliseum. Yep, that's a good one. That's a good one. Good reminder. Thank you. I think there's some mushrooms through here. Yes, there are. What's this? We're just grabbing what we can. Tokyo drifting while we're at it. So we don't get hit too much. There's our first golden seed. That'll be helpful too. I know the War Master's shack has like some nice stuff around it that we can use to grit, like at the very least like root resin. You can get a bunch there, I'm pretty sure. Near Folly on the Lake Grace and Liurnia. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's gonna take us like a little bit to get like through some stuff, but we're not gonna be region locked at all during this. So we can go pretty much wherever we want to try to like acquire whatever it is we need for the best setups for any bosses we're trying to do or getting through any areas. But yeah, we definitely want to prioritize using like pots and stuff that are renewable, at least ones that don't require too much farming, I guess. Or that we can easily farm from just picking stuff up off the ground that refreshes. Okay. Alright, that's our 5 of those for now. We probably won't really be able to kill a troll with 4 fire bombs. I'm just kind of looking to see what our damage output is like. Okay, that's That's not terrible. It's not great. And it all will get better. Region locking in consumables room would be very difficult / impossible. Would have to use save states to reload after any losses. Well, potentially at least. Like I said, you know, you can pretty much farm whatever you need, but it does slow things down a lot, obviously. I wouldn't mind getting the trolls by the War Master Shack to break that one statue just for extra smithing stones that I can sell. I know they don't sell for like crazy amounts necessarily, but basically anything that's sellable is still kind of a good thing for us at this point. Hello. So if you'd like to perish that badly, that's fine. As long as you're giving me bones, which they certainly won't always, but when they do, it's nice. All right, these guys all automatically drop ruin fragments too. I should pick those up. Thank you. All right, let's come over this way. I want to make sure not to aggro the death ray bird here. Sorry, just death bird that comes here. I would like to kill it eventually with some holy pots, but we don't have any of that just yet. So that is a eventuality. We might want to pick up the Arrow's Reach Talisman, because I think it does affect certain... I could be mistaken. I remember we were like testing this, and now I don't remember the outcome. But I feel like it maybe affects like Kukri or something like that. Not the like Arrow's Sting Talisman for the... because that's like specifically bow damage, I think. But for the longer distance, I think it might give you... that with Arrow's Reach. I'd have to look again. Alright, so that's good. That's all good. Let's get to the War Master Shack so that we have that area available. We could probably kill like some foot soldiers and stuff relatively easy if we need to like try to acquire any clothing sooner rather than later, but that's not something we need to prioritize either. Kukri does get affected by the Reach Talisman. Not sure about other throwables. Yeah, I think it's like Kukri. It might just be Kukri. There might be one other, maybe. I don't know if throwing daggers would. Let's have a quick chat with Bernal for the heck of it.
Names, but let me ask, are you here? Does your face, despite, yeah, it takes me back. Any intro line? Now's the not floating you well.
We definitely don't really have the means to kill the bell-bearing hunter yet, so we're not going to make that thing right this second. But eventually, for sure, we will give that a try. Yeah, it definitely won't affect fan daggers. That much I know. Hitting the triangle button like crazy in this run, just picking up everything. Speaking of, give me those. for the chicken leg. Can you stop body blocking me fully? Thanks. I almost sort of wish that, like, the shot puts from, Lies of P were a thing in this game. Not so much for, like, breaking stance, although having them be, like, just a slightly heavier stance damage weapon, throwable would be kind of cool, but, I just feel like it'd be nice to have them, like, in this just to kind of, like, help use against Alexander while he's, like, stuck here. Alright, so we've got some stuff here. Need more butterflies. We're looking okay on mushrooms. I'm gonna make a bunch of these just to see how they sell. And let's come back to Kale really quick. You can buy that other cracked pot and maybe some other stuff.
Wait, well, you're...
So these sell for 10. I guess they're basically like the exact same. Or it actually might be less. We'll just sell those for now. Don't know that we're going to need gold-tinged excrement for anything. Let me not sell any more of those things for the moment, though. Equip that shit.
Goodbye.
I don't know. I'm not really the biggest fan of, like, the auto-equip arrows thing. It's fine when you intend to use arrows, I suppose, but I hate when you go to, like, try to drop them for somebody or sell them, and then it, you know, one of them's just in there and kind of in the way. Take that. We do want to get this, so we should sell something. We don't necessarily need it right now, but I should get it.
Goodbye.
Probably get at least one more level here while we're at it. I don't want to use like all my runes for leveling right now just in case we need them, but getting any levels will help us, you know, not very much, but over time it will give us a little bit of extra damage. For the rest, let me just go ahead and buy those, some extra of these. Okay, just 2. So let's see, the bunch of fire slugs are somewhere in this vicinity, I think. It's like right over here, I want to say. So we should probably go there next just so we can stock up on flame butterflies. Rather than trying to just like swipe like a couple at a time from like the first encampment there. That's like way too slow. And obviously we'll want like to visit the good mushroom farm as well. But we can make that happen afterwards. I mean, there's no reason we can't just like travel straight to Liurnia as long as we're just like doing what we can to evade things as we have been, just to like pick stuff up. Like that certainly works. No, let's not go too far that way. I don't really want to fight Henricus or yeah, I don't want to fight Henricus right now. Here's the slugs. Probably could have gotten a little bit of a better haul there, but, you know, it's not hard to just run back here and do this again. Alright, let's make some more of these. So we now have our 6 total. That'll be it for the moment. Tarnished golden sunflowers and mushrooms we need. There's plenty of tarnished golden sunflowers around, like, most Erd trees, so that's, like, an easy place to do that. So that part won't really be a problem if we want to just get holy pots. Now, the one thing about when it comes to, like, pots to throw is, like, we're going to have to prioritize, like, certain types, especially for, like, certain encounters. Because, you know, the way that pots work, and as well as, like, perfume jars, or bottles, I mean, you have a limited amount that, you know, restore. You don't have to, like, buy new pots anytime, but every time you, like, use one to craft, that just, it's kind of like you just have, like, slots for your throwable jars and like perfumes and stuff. So every time you buy one, it's a slot that you have to like mix stuff into, and then once you've thrown it, then that slot becomes available again, or if you discard it, I guess. But so you can only have like a certain amount maximum of pots of either kind, and as you craft them into things, that's just what you have to throw until you've gotten rid of them. And then you can make more. Do buffs affect consumable damage? They do. I don't know. So one thing I was kind of addressing, like, as soon as I started up the stream is I don't know if I'll use said buffs yet or not, because they're not the consumables themselves. But I can still use stuff like ashes, or, exalted flesh and blood boil aromatic and, you know, stuff like that for buffing. But if there's certain fights that I feel like we just really need the extra help, it's not like that this is like a super serious run or anything. So I can use like the Golden Vow, Ash of War, or Miracle, I suppose, if I really want to, or even like the Jellyfish Shield, since that also affects your damage. It's all of your damage really. Or things like Sacred Order or Shared Order for like extra damage against like, or holy damage against the undead and stuff like that. Like, it's still, you know, those things are still affected for the damage you output with consumables. They're just not really consumables themselves, so it's a bit of a question mark as to, like, you know, what's kind of in keeping with the spirit of the run. But I don't specifically have a problem with like using buffs so much as that I just think that I'll probably try to avoid using non-consumable buffs for now, just so that we can kind of be as consumables only as possible. It'd be like so OP if the little explosive clusters of sentry stones would give you like a lot of runes when they die, but I kind of wish that they would give me more right now, just because this is going to be one of those runs where we're going to feel a little bit rune starved a lot of the time, just because we can't kill a lot of things, at least not frivolously. Well, for now anyway. Eventually we'll be able to do a little bit more, but where does that put us on resources? We have 13 butterflies, 7 mushrooms. We're obviously going to want more, but we can come back after we've done a little bit more killing and exploring. So let's see what's next here. I would like to see if we can get Alexander out of his hole. I don't know exactly how we're going to go about doing it. I feel like Kukris probably do like the most stance damage, and you know, maybe we should use our Kukris on him. We only have like 4, but Obviously, there's something kind of usually worth saving for other stuff, but it would make sense to use them for the occasion just as well, because we really kind of need to get him out of there so we can continue his quest line and all that. I guess let's just go see what happens if we try to budge him out there with what we have. Hopefully it'll be enough.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello?
Hello.
Anyone? Oh, I am these. My just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all.
Hey, all right, that actually worked out really well.
No, that's well,
I had thought that was going to go so much worse, to be honest.
beyond upon this.
Like I was going to just use everything I had and like not get him out.
I've heard that.
Okay.
I'm to red me.
All right, that should be it for your dialogue. Sick. All right, so we're in pretty good shape now with that, so we can easily do the next part of his quest whenever. But yeah, it's just going to be like potentially important for us to be able to not only get the jar friend, talisman, pot friend, whatever it's called, but then also the helmet that he gives you in Gelmir. So let's see. I'm trying to think. We are going to want like the sleep pots thing, which I have to like specifically remember exactly where that is. That might be, hang on. Let me come the other way first for a moment. Would you count the jar guy summon as consumable? He only uses pots. It would be, like, if we really need the help, I wouldn't necessarily be against summoning him since he only uses consumables. I'll endeavor to probably not use him, but it's at least a potential possibility.
Oh, gee. Are you here as a customer?
Okay, you've got another cracked pot for us, but also I guess we don't need your recipe. You don't give us the poison darts. That's in the other. That one might be the one that's in the castle. I forget. So we don't need your recipe book because we aren't really going to need pickled turtleneck, I don't think. But we can always come back if I change my mind. Let's sell. Sell that. Give me this. I kind of want to buy the bandit mask from him, just for the hell of it, but I don't know what I would pair it with, because I would love to have patches set on this run, just because I feel like it would be sort of fitting, but I really kind of need patches to stay alive, because I have to buy throwing knives or fan daggers and stuff from him, so
I'm afraid I'm very...
we're going to have to just kind of let him live. Alright, let's see. We want to get that other map fragment, though. Yeah, I will use the pot helm eventually anyway. I just am probably going to want, like, some armor. And not only use, or not necessarily just use, like, the helmet and nothing else. As much as it is fun to just run around naked. Hello, mushrooms. Gimme, gimme, thank you. Certainly gonna need lots of poison bloom as time goes on. I would kind of like to just go straight into the fight here with, or not the fight, but the cave to get into. Yeah, it's gonna knock me off before we can get anywhere close, though. Alright, this will be a little bit dangerous. Neregis can kill us pretty easily, especially without any armor. Help me, Yura. Okay, he, like, delayed the fuck out of that.
If it isn't Nereus, the bloody...
Who the fuck is Yura already? I need to get the fucker off of me for a second. Wow, he's like way over there still. It's about time, buddy. God damn it. He is just rolling the crap out of these. How is that not hitting him? What the fuck? He was like sitting still. Fuck you. Motherfucker. Okay, that's some bullshit. That one just went right fucking through him. He was standing still and everything. What the fuck? God, throwing knives are bad against him. They just pass straight fucking through him. Just trying to keep him, like, from... Oh, fuck. Fuck off. Well, he's at least out of heals, but I still really need Yura to fucking hurry this along, man. Oh, mother... No, you fucking delaying piece of shit. Fuck off. That's such bullshit. Of course, now Yura wants to fucking kick ass out of nowhere. That was some fucking lame shit. It's fine. Let me come from this end. But yeah, no joke. They they really tried to make Neregis like as annoying as possible to hit with just about anything. I mean, NPCs in general just input read you like crazy, which is always kind of annoying. But all right, he can just give me some mushrooms actually.
Could you help us out, Cully? You were just... Thank you. I was pushing. I ended up... Oh, when they... And so this is all I hope. Or I could... They're not... Right.
I wouldn't mind making more bone darts. I just don't know if I want to spend all of that trying to, like... We only have our little bit of ammunition here to fight Neregis with, and, like, I could let Yura kind of mainly do the job himself, but, like, as shown, he's very fucking slow about it. So it's a lot of just like trying to not get hit by anything that Nuri just does, which is sometimes easier said than done, since, you know, clearly he can kind of trip you up, you know, doing what looks like a regular attack, but then, oh, haha, just kidding, it was actually Bloodblade. What the fuck? Where did my roll go? I don't know how he caught me with that, like, lightning fast. That was a special attack. Not even like a regular combo. But my roll just got canceled. Like, he just noped me right out of it. You gotta love FromSoft hitboxes sometimes, man. I should probably just do this later when I actually have, like, A, some armor, and B, you know, more shit to actually fight him with. Because, you know, obviously I'm trying to just get Patches sorted out here, but we also have to fight Patches himself too, which is going to be annoying. So, I don't know. You may have to just kind of leave those runes, because if I go down there and get them, he's just going to spawn again anyway. We'll just forget about those for now. I would rather fucking kill him, but he's just kind of not worth the trouble at the moment. When we also just then have to immediately deal with Patches as well, and I'm not really truly honestly set up for either. Let's see. You want to go down there and get the other map fragment and everything kind of in that area. There's a bunch of gold tarnished sunflowers there too that we can use for holy pots when we want to do that. You are definitely going to want some poison bloom from these sorts of enemies and stuff as time goes on, but we don't necessarily need it right now. We don't have the recipe for poison darts or anything. Let's come over here and get these at least. Hello. Honestly, these fucking skulls are like extra useful on a run like this, at least at the beginning, because we just have to buy so much shit. But yeah, like, I feel like Norwegius can, like, really catch a lot of people off guard, though. Like, he's a lot stronger than you might anticipate, especially, like, just his default damage with the dual Reduvia is actually pretty high. And early game dealing with stuff like bleed is also, like, you know, can be kind of difficult, so I knew that, like, if we had gotten caught in any sort of combo from him, that it would usually just mean game over. I was more just surprised in the moment that he actually hit me in the first place, because I had pressed roll with what seemed like the right timing, but somehow the hitbox just canceled my roll instead. Because I had definitely started the roll, but it pulled me right out of it. It's more just annoying that we had gotten Yura to, like, nearly kill him, and then we died to just me making one bad move. Which definitely has me tempted to just go over there and do it again, because Yura definitely can kill him if I just give him the time to do it. I just have to like not be hyper aggressive, but I don't want him to get potentially like taken down in the process, so have to be a little bit careful with it. We'll go back here shortly. Is there anything over here that I want? Probably not, but... crab eggs, okay. So yeah, let's make our way towards the Erd tree. And everything over there. Get a bunch of gold tarnished sunflowers and stuff while we're at it. You get the other golden seed by Fort Height. And whatnot. I don't remember what this item is. I do know it's an ambush, though. Just a ruined fragment. Okay, that's probably why I had not committed it to memory. I'm glad I have another controller because I feel like I feel like this run is going to have me wearing out the fucking triangle button. I pick stuff up very frequently in Elden Ring, but I feel like I'm going to be spamming triangle a lot in this run. Let's take the Spirit Spring up here. Okay, I wanted to pick that up, but game didn't feel like registering that input, I guess. Alright, so it's going to lead to the Bridge of Sacrifice and stuff, which I guess we could just go down to real fast and get the Grace and just run back up. As long as we don't get exploded on the bridge. Anytime we can, like, abuse enemies, like, having the means of killing other enemies, we could always try to do stuff like that just for some quick, easy runes. Not that I want to, again, make it a priority, but just a thing that we can do, at least. Alright, so that guy's done. Now we just need to go... I'm gonna go here and get all that stuff like I had planned. I just took like a very roundabout way of doing all of that. So honestly, like, I'm not really gonna need upgrade materials. I just need, you know, things like crackpots and stuff like that, and obviously resources to craft whatever I want to craft. So we don't necessarily need to do things like tunnels and stuff like that much, but we might do some for the hell of it. Or in some cases we might go into some caves and dungeons specifically just to get recipes. Although I don't know that we'll have to do a lot of that. There's another ambush over there. Also, I should get the physic. I'm technically not allowed to kick, so I'm probably not going to kick Kenneth off the thing. Even though I could still kill him with just, you know, other things instead of just kicking him, but we'll leave him alone for now. I don't really need the extra golden seed that badly. Not the biggest fan of when the game decides to not honor my inputs sometimes when I'm running by something I'm trying to pick up. Alright. Sorry, I got turned around because I had to, like, sneeze really bad there. So yeah, just about any Erd tree we can get like lots of sunflowers from as an option if we need to collect a bunch for holy pots and stuff like that. So those won't really ever be a problem. This is just, you know, jaunt over to any Erd tree pretty much and just gather up what you need. I'm gonna go get the golden seed from over here and check in with this other merchant too while I'm at it in case there's something that he has that I want. I guess we can quickly walk over here just so that we get the whole Blythe thing set up if we want to do that. Don't mind me, sir. I'm just passing through.
Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right. Welcome, valued customers. I'm hungry.
Let's see. He's got Beast Lure Pot. I mean, you know, we can use it. Exalted Flesh we're probably going to actually want. 2,000. Beast Lure Pot might end up coming in handy somehow, but I don't know that we're really going to need it. So we probably won't buy that one right off the bat. But I will buy the Exalted Flesh one as much as I don't want to have to spend the money on it. So we can make it in the future. What does that take to craft again? That's lump of flesh, hefty beast bone. It's funny that you're like adding the flesh to the bone and not it's not just like flesh that you have on the bone already. You're just tying some meat onto a bone. Arteria leaf for that is going to be important to remember, so I need to not sell any Arteria leaf for anything. Exalted Flesh, as far as buffs go, is like okay. We probably won't use it like a crazy amount long term, because I think a lot of the other buffs, so shouldn't say a lot because there's not that many, but whatever other buffs that we might want to use might end up overriding it anyways. Blood Boil Aromatic, Uplifting Aromatic, you know, whatever. And yeah, like I said, I haven't completely put buff spells or certain buffs from weapons off the table entirely. As long as I'm not using them to attack, it's pretty much the main rule of the run. But I wouldn't mind just kind of more to keep in spirit with, or the spirit of the run, to just not really use outside sources of buffs that aren't consumables, I mean. Pick up the item. Thank you. do kind of want to run in here and do this quick if I can. What I might do, just to get all these guys off my back real quick, though, is just quit out real fast. Is the game quiet, by the way? It's probably like a little quieter than usual because I forgot that I like turned this down slightly. I hadn't really been paying attention to its actual volume, but it probably did need to go up a little. Oh, what? How are you fucking pinching me in there with that? Come on. Why did I get close to do that? I don't know why. I couldn't back out of it as soon as I pressed the button. That was very silly. Well, whatever. Just extra runes to pick up. Hey, so how's it going? Yeah, no, I had it in mind that I would dodge and then throw, and then I was just like, oh wait, I'm much closer than I want to be for this. But by then it was too late because it doesn't really let you like roll cancel that kind of stuff. Honestly, these fucking pot throwers are particularly annoying in here. What was that? Tracking there, friend? Alright, once again, just to reset these guys. The run sounds crazy difficult. I don't think it'll be too bad overall. It's certainly going to be challenging. But there's so many items this game gives you in terms of consumables that it's actually kind of beyond viable. Not only that, like people have done it, including even like all bosses. Now I know sometimes people have done that like with certain buffs included, so the question will be whether or not I also use, I mean like outside of consumables type buffs. Used the wrong thing. Probably get used to that happening a lot. How did that... Okay. I don't know how my target switched back there. I didn't really... wasn't really pushing on the stick at all after I swapped it to once. Elden rune, okay, I'll take it. Huh? Didn't I just make more of these? What the fuck? I, like, know that I confirmed that before. I don't know why. I don't know why it, they didn't craft. That was weird. Anyway. Sass, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a good, Tuesday. So far. Oh, fuck off, game. Okay, I know that shit's got some range to it, but that felt a little cheap. Having a kind of chill day today. Should actually go shopping, but I'm too lazy. You know, some days you just really gotta have a nice, chill, relaxing time at home or whatever and not really do anything. It's warranted, you know? Even if there's stuff to be done. At least we got through there. I did end up using like a lot of fire bombs, kind of wastefully though. Point now, we already need to get more smoldering butterflies. That's gonna be a lot of the run. Lots of farming. That's alright, like I said, I will probably endeavor to do some farming off stream, just like do some quick collection runs so that we have like a stockpile of things like flame butterflies and, you know, whatever things that we're gonna be likely to use a lot of as we go. That way I don't have to make as many of these kinds of trips like midstream. It's still going to happen, you know, there's almost no way I'm going to be able to prevent that entirely, but we'll just have to kind of do what we can with it. Now, if I go back, I can talk to Kenneth and progress his quest line, but all that's really going to net for me is an Erd Steel Dagger, which I guess I can sell, but if only these slugs weren't hostile. It'd be nice to be able to just, like, quickly warp right back to the Grace and then make the run again, but because they're hostile, I have to run back instead, or at least partially. But yeah, I had a nice, decently chill day yesterday. I did work for a few hours, but took most of the rest of the day off, and then did a little bit of gaming in the evening. Went to sleep probably a little later than I should have, but, you know, that's okay. I'll catch up on some more sleep later. Kind of hoping somehow a wolf would get caught up in that blast there, but let's give us some extra free runes. It's New Year's not a public holiday for you too. It is kind of. It depends. Like, it's usually not handled as like specifically New Year's Day or New Year's Eve. Sometimes it's like honored as one or the other, depending on like where you might work or whatever. So it is a holiday, but people kind of like do it a little differently as far as you know, where people would have like a day off or whatever. Like I didn't really work at all on New Year's Eve. I did have a busy day just because I had a lot of stuff to do with, because I had people over for dinner and whatnot. But yesterday, you know, because I'm self-employed and just kind of work when I want to work for the most part, I just had figured I would get some stuff done yesterday. It wasn't so much that I had to work yesterday. That might be enough of that for right now. Let's see. What's next? I'm gonna come back here really quick and sell a bunch of crap. Maybe we can get some extra levels while we're at it. I don't think I'm going to need the cured meat all that much. Fire grease is a consumable, but it only affects weapons, so obviously that's not something we need. Yeah, start with that. Oh, right, I gotta talk to him about Blythe, too.
What is the how? I suppose. Next time you don't try just good.
Little bit more. I guess we can just afford, like, one more. It's a little overkill, but... Or, actually, what I guess we can do... And then we can get 2 levels. That's probably more than we needed, actually, but... Yeah, we'll start with the 17 dex, or we could start leveling a little bit of faith so that, like, our holy pots do a bit more damage when we actually use them, but... We'll see. Because we might want to actually do something like the Tibia Mariner that's over there kind of soon, and holy pots should make that a little easier, although again, we'd prefer to do that with like certain setups, honestly, so I don't know if we'll fight him now or later when we're a bit like potentially in an overkill situation with it. I don't think the merchant down on the beach has anything we want, but we might want to just check anyway. Just to be sure, and then, yeah, we need to... Let's come over here first and go get the sleep pot stuff. So we have it. Because we're definitely going to want it. Especially later. Certainly going to want to use it very late game against shit like the Godskin duo. Let's see. What do we have here? I don't remember if Earthleaf Flower is going to really be useful for much of anything else aside from the Furl Calling finger remedies, which we won't be using, obviously, so those we might be able to just sell. I remember the good path to get down here. I guess we actually want to go from the left side. We can probably make it down there. Don't mind if I do. Alright, just drop me off here. We definitely should just be selling Roa fruit, though, because outside of, like, raisins for Torrent, I don't think they really get used at all. Hopefully we'll hit a point where we won't really need to worry too much about, like, just randomly selling garbage, but I'm sure it'll be necessary just kind of here and there. Alright, so that's all that stuff, and now we have the sleep pot recipe, which we do use cracked pots for, so we can actually make it. We can make them already, but Trina's lilies are going to be the annoying part. We do have kind of a limit, sort of, on those. Like I said, any like rare material is technically still farmable, but farming them is kind of a big pain in the ass. Guess we'll talk to you while I'm
Someone who
here.
might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth
The
White.
great
Well,
Kennethite.
that's no. Despite of you might have young tarnished. I want you to a night come.
It's already done.
A fine word. I doubt that it. Now, go on. Right, much. What's that look? Well, under even the which is why just you. Would you like? I see bright. Enter, and who knows? What say you? Very well, very well. I knew I shall await. We shall hold. I see great things ahead of us.
All right, give me this, please. You know, as much as demi-humans might feel very weak, in large numbers they can be pretty ferocious still. Less so against an actual player who, you know, could just can just dodge their attacks and whatnot. But you can like straight up lure like a rune bearer or something into that group of them, and potentially they'll actually have like a decent potential to win that fight, just because of how many there are. More so if you lure them at night, though, because that's when they're extra aggressive. This nighttime is when demi-humans get that little red-eyed effect that causes them to just attack things like hyper-aggressively. Alright, so let's see. We got our wondrous physic now. I guess we can put some stuff in here. That's not useful. Boosting strength isn't really a bad thing. I guess I'll leave it as an extra heal for the time being. And just a strength boost if we use it. So let's take that off of here. Just put it on this, where I normally have it for now. That pouch for certain fights may end up getting extra consumables thrown in there, because depending on how things go with some fights, we might need, like, potentially more than what our quick slot tool belt can actually hold for us. Alright, what do we want to do next? We could go try to get our revenge on Nerugius. Sorry. Neregius. I always mispronounce his name. We could talk to Blythe while we're in the area just to progress his quest line for the hell of it, I guess. Okay, I did press triangle there. Thank you. We're definitely going to want to make sure we get, like, more... But it was, like, Nereus. It could be. I just know that I add extra syllables in there that aren't supposed to be. is more how I know I'm mispronouncing it. But yeah, it might be like Nereus or something like that. I'd have to listen to how Yura says it again, because we never like really pay a lot of attention to like the lore of, or you know, a lot when it comes to the invaders when they're just like a one-off like that. I'm gonna want to go down to Siafa for anything. There's melted mushrooms down there. Oil pots we get down there, which we actually, yeah, that is something we are going to want the recipe for. Let me not get sidetracked. Let me do Blythe first, and then maybe we just make like a real quick detour down there to get some more stuff and recipes for. Crystal darts we're going to want to be able to get the recipe for probably sooner rather than later, and then obviously we can just go into tunnels for cracked, like tons of cracked crystal.
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? The name's Blythe. He fled somewhere. Come tell me if I can offer you. And in need of a...
Alright, let's come back over here. More like Nursus, am I right? You right, you right. Mostly I just pronounce it like douchebag or asshole or whatever, just because he is. Like I said, he's not really an overly difficult fight, but they did scale him up a little bit. He actually used to be worse before the game came out. Not damage-wise so much, but he used to have like a lot more HP because of the whole intent, I guess, to have Yura there. Although originally I was kind of under the impression they put Yura in that fight specifically, in part for the questline thing, but also just to kind of help balance the fight with Nereus, whatever. But honestly, I'm not 100% sure. Because yeah, his health pool used to be a fair bit bigger, and he was kind of a pain in the ass. Please don't throw pocket sand in my eyes, HD. Too bad, it's too late. You tuned into the stream, instant pocket sand. How's it going, Red? I never had Yura get summoned for Nereus when I first played. Interesting. I wonder if that was just a bug or if you just killed him too fast, because that is, you can kill him before Yura gets summoned if you're very quick about it. Although oftentimes you'll still get like the message that Yura was coming in, because it's hard to kill him a lot faster than that. Okay, there we go. I was wondering why it wasn't letting me mount my horse there. Oh yeah, Duke-Kissed Herbos down here too, which we might need for something. I don't know for sure, but go ahead and just collect a bunch of shit while we're down here. We're definitely going to want the melted mushrooms, royal pots and stuff, so... Unless that's just regular mushrooms and I'm mixing that up, but... because I know you need like one or the other for soap, but probably won't really worry too much about soap. It is funny to me that you just find like some bars of soap like at the bottom of a waterfall where they should have probably like long since just dissolved. Just never got far enough down the path for him to spawn. I gotcha. I do recall him needing to be kind of like summoned, or, you know, that he would kind of come in like further down. But I think they might have increased his, like the range or the trigger for that whole thing, because he's supposed to just come in sometime after you've caused Nereus to be spawned anyway, so... I will let you live. I don't need your spell. past all these guys who hit very hard. Why do I want to play Final Fantasy 15 again? I don't like it a lot, and yet I do. Some games are just like that, man. Like, you don't necessarily have to be in love with it to still, like, enjoy your time with it, you know? To the point where you just kind of... There's something satisfying about playing it, I guess. I've always felt that way about, like, World of Warcraft, for example, and I don't really play it much anymore these days. In fact, I haven't probably for, like, at least a good year and a half or so, and I've only been playing it really with Marcus when we were kind of doing well, Marcus and friends when we were doing the various group related stuff. I haven't really like wanted to specifically just play it casually on my own or anything for a really, really long time. But yeah, not since like one of the earlier expansions in that game have I felt, you know, more specifically like, oh, this game is actually fun and I like it. You know, it it became kind of a love-hate relationship pretty quickly after like a certain point, and then it was more about like, hey, I still really kind of enjoy. I don't like the game, but I enjoy playing it anyway. If that makes sense. So we're not gonna fight the deer right now. I'm kind of just going through the motions while we're here, but this is more of a quick scouting mission and also just a mission to acquire like the oil pot recipe and stuff like that, and lots of underground materials while we're in the underground. Free Arteria leaf is certainly nice. Leave me alone, crab man. That worked out. Just wanted to kind of like lure them away before I tried to go light that, because especially low level and unarmored, those guys will probably just smack me up pretty easily and I'll die. Which we'd still like to generally avoid when possible. Alright. Come back over here. Grab all the stuff that's this way. Hopefully we don't need a lot of Dew-Kissed Herba for much of anything, and whatever we do need it for, if we do at all, really, we'll just have like a pretty large stockpile for going forward. Okay, oil pot bro is gonna be up there, so we'll make our way over to him now. Are you kidding me right now? I fucking hate dragonflies in this game. Climb, climb, you motherfucker. Fucking... That stupid fucking blood stain at the bottom of the ladder fucked me. I mean, we might have died anyway. I cut that a little too close, but... He just did not want to climb. Instead, he was just like, oh, blood stain. Let me look at somebody else's death who died exactly the same way. Well, at least this gives us more items to pick up anyway. Oh, hello. Did not realize you had patrolled over there that far. Oh, right, there's butterflies here. Thank you. Motherfucker, are you... Start moving, please. And fucking octopus had that shit, like, queued up and ready to go before I was even around the tree. Fucking, oh my god, camera. This just makes it so much more aggravating than it needs to be. I couldn't target him because the stupid pillar as I was moving around, which slowed everything down, and I couldn't avoid that first hit. Come on, Elden Ring, just cooperate with me a little bit here. No reason for us to just continuously die to one of the weakest enemies in the game. I mean, they certainly hit hard, and that's not what makes them weak, but in general, they're not particularly strong. He just happens to be in a really fucking shit place. Why is this spark orb so fucking close to everything? Just climb the ladder. You fucking piece of shit. Why? Dude. Okay, I guess I will just lure him down or something. I don't know why the game is, like, refusing to let me by in this situation. You can chalk that one up to the game's own, you know, minor potential design flaw, which is that you can't climb a ladder while you're crouched. So I had to take the stupid slow moment just to stand up so I could climb. Okay. How's it going, Dodo? Sorry, we'll just fucking do this right now at this point. I don't know why this one fucking dude is being such a pain in the ass, but... Come on, just cooperate with me here. I would like, if possible, to just get your attention down here, please. Okay. There we go. That's all that was fucking necessary. I don't know why the game just could not give me the simple thing that I wanted like 4 times in a row. Okay. Just get stuck on a corner for no reason. All right, Ish, how are you? I'm doing okay. I hope that your headache is getting a little bit better now. Certainly better now that we're past that stupid, like, completely unnecessary roadblock.
Oh, a customer.
I'm sorry, what? Don't kill the fucking merchant, please. I swear to God, this game, I don't know what its fucking deal is today. Don't be mad at me, okay?
Again, good customer.
Thank God. I was concerned it was going to consider me hostile. Alright, I just want the soap oil pot one. I don't really care about the cured meat one. The larval tear shouldn't be necessary.
Goodbye till next.
Alright. You were one-punching this game? I mean, kind of, I guess, but... It'll take a few more hours, I think. Hopefully I'll have a normal day tomorrow. Yeah, I hope so, dude. Hope that you're feeling better soon. Alright, we have some exalted flesh, so I don't know if we need to make... I guess you do use raw fruit for this. It's not just raisins, but that's, like, the only other thing I can think of. But sure, let's just make one since we have the ingredients for it. So I don't, like, accidentally get rid of them or something. I'm just going to continue just doing the regular shit that we can do down here while we're here before we leave, and then I get the other pillars lit and all that kind of shit, and then we'll go. Always good just to collect some extra goodies while we're here in case we need them to... We need to sell them. Trina's lilies will certainly always be useful, because we're going to need them sleep pots in the long run, that's for sure. Fucking get out of the way. I'm trying my best not to just get sniped while I'm running through here. There's a good chance it'll just happen anyway, but... I tried to fucking dismount right then, but I got stuck on that stupid deer right there, or sheep, or whatever it is. It's a sheep. Got stuck on him and I couldn't come to a stop. I honestly had judged the timing better than I thought I did, because I knew he was going to shoot literally right then. Or rather, I had guessed that he would. I didn't really know that he was going to. But I just couldn't fucking get where I needed to be in time. Because in order to get, like, the actual dismount iframes, you can't be running, or galloping, whatever you want to look at it as. You have to come to a stop. You could, of course, just try doing the moving dismount and hope that you just kind of jump over whatever it is that's about to hit you, but with those guys, they have like extremely good tracking and the shot comes at you like instantaneously, so. I don't know where my runes are. But I don't know that I care either because there's only 182 runes, so. Just gonna run up here really quick while we're at it. Alright, so what can we grab while we're up here? There's definitely useful materials for sure. Plus a golden seed. But again, you know, because we're not really set up for fighting bosses just yet, we're not gonna like fight the Dragonkin soldier or anything while we're up here, at least not yet. We'll probably come back for him later though. Especially if we like end up deciding to do like an all bosses thing or something in the long run with this run. I don't know that that's a big likelihood just yet, but it's at least in the realm of possibility. Millennia with consumables does not sound super fun, but I know it's possible. People have certainly done it. I just know that it's probably going to be a bit of a headache of a fight. Maybe more than a bit. In fact, I'm pretty sure, you know, Gino Machino has a all consumables, or sorry, consumables only all bosses run. I think he did use other buffs during that run, but not for like or not like any attack or offensive stuff, just like, you know, like Golden Vow type shit. But honestly, I feel like if you're going for all bosses, like I said, that might be necessary anyway, so we'll see how I feel when I get to a certain point in the game, if I want to do like everything or just any percent it. But I feel like this is the sort of run that might lend itself well to doing like an all bosses just do everything run sort of thing, or at least most bosses do all areas. I don't know. Then again, I don't know what Rykard is going to be like with consumables. He's got so much health. Not really sure what you do against someone like Rykard outside of just poisoning him and hoping that you survive as long as you can. Oh, you know, poison and rot. Doing her normally isn't fun already. I mean, I guess it depends on the person. Some people do find the fight to be pretty fun. I don't mind it in a regular sense. There's a lot of builds that I don't like trying to do that fight with, though. Certain ones are fine. But I do still feel like, you know, she's a boss that's better designed to fit in something like Sekiro than Elden Ring. I think they went a little overtuned with her her overall design in terms of making her something that was fitting for Elden Ring, and more that if they ever were gonna make like a Sekiro DLC, it feels almost like she might have been something that I wouldn't say was unused for Sekiro, but might have been something they could have thought about planning out to use, not in her lore, name, or overall appearance, because that probably would have changed, but just in the way she works, I feel seems more fitting for something like Sekiro. Yep. Heard someone brought her over to Sekiro and just fucking clowned on her. Yeah. It's possible they could, I mean, if she would have been anything unused, I think people like data miners would have figured that out by now, like if she had existed in the game's files. So I don't think it was any sort of situation like, you know, unused in a pure sense like that. Or like put into the game and then not used and just being a cut design, but rather there at least exists the possibility that she could have been something conceptually that they might have wanted to use for Sekiro and didn't, and then just were kind of like, I don't know, I really like her concept though, so let's use her in Elden Ring instead. And just, you know, instead of deciding to make her something that would more naturally fit into this game, they were just like, let's just see how much we can keep her the way she is and just make her work somehow. Yeah. Here's the thing, please. Thank you. It's not weird for FarmSoft to do that for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that end up being like cut content in their other games that have ended up in like these games. I might not have lit all the pillars, but that's fine. We can worry about that when we actually want to come back. I'm just gonna leave my runes because I don't give a shit. It was like 182 or something. But yeah, people have brought her over there, I guess, and also people have made Sekiro work in this game somehow. There's like a mod that lets you kind of play, if I'm not misremembering anyway, unless I'm just thinking of the Millennia thing, but I feel like somebody put like Sekiro in this game and made it work somehow, like with the deflect rules and stuff. But I honestly kind of don't remember exactly how all that went down or what it was, how it looked, etc. Alright, well, I don't particularly want to fight the hard-bitten rune bear, which is just another one of those things that, like, I don't know why this rune bear exists where it does. So this, if you look closely, you can tell this is a special rune bear that, according to the official files and game name, this is called the rune bear, and then in brackets, like, hard-bitten. So it's got more like grayish fur that kind of like sticks up more on the back. The main thing that's like special about them, aside from just being stronger, is that they have like a unique like leap attack that you only see them do. And this is one of like two. Hello, thanks for coming to me, Skull. One of like two, maybe three in the entire game. And then the other one or two only exist in like the mountaintops. So I don't know why this one is here, outside of being like a vague connection to the mountaintops, like some parts of Caelid seem to be. But like if there's any sort of like lore significance to it whatsoever, I have no fucking clue what it's supposed to be. Alright, we're not gonna go fight the Great Jar's warriors here. We're not really set up for that. I just wanted to walk over this way a little bit. I think the Palisade shield is over there, but that'd be the only other thing worth going to go pick up. All right, we can go to Round Table now, I guess.
Forgive me to determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering plate. Sure. Very well. Let my hand
take me there. But yeah, FromSoft reuses cut content a lot. At least like concepts. There's a number of things in Elden Ring that likely were things that were supposed to go into stuff like Dark Souls 3 that didn't make the cut, and instead got their skeletal frames and stuff like that reused. They already reused content that's not cut too, like obviously the Asylum Demon skeletal frame is in this game for the Erdtree Avatar fights. Those guys use the Asylum Demon skeleton for that. One stone sword key. I don't think I need anything in there right this second. The tree spirits seem really pussy. Yeah. I think Zuli put out a video, Zuli the Witch, detailing how literally those putrid tree spirits and or ulcerated tree spirits use a what appears to be a model that was unused from something that they were probably going to make into like a big Pus of Man fight from Dark Souls 3, because it was like teased, in a background image, exactly. But it didn't really get used in the game, so there's a fairly decent chance that that could easily have been some originally designed fight for something that was supposed to be in Dark Souls 3 that just never made it in, whether it was supposed to be a boss or just some sort of big enemy. We'll never really know, but I don't really want to buy the knight set just to have clothes. I don't think there's anything I want from you except for maybe rune arcs in the future or something, or stone sword keys possibly, but probably not. So there's not really much for us to do here right now, except for talk to D maybe, but again, I don't need anything from him right now, so let's just move on. What else do we want, though? We are going to want to go to Weeping Peninsula and acquire the other, like the Opaline Bubble Tier, which means fighting the Erdtree Avatar that's down there, which we're probably going to want more pots for. Not only for fire, but to actually use oil pots. So we might not even be able to get that as soon as we want to, because we're a little bit pot shy still. I wonder... Let me go see what the merchant down here sells, but I should look up cracked pots and see where all we can get some, like, easily still, because I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. Obviously, there's a bunch in Jarberg and ritual pots and stuff, too, but...
Hello, might I bend you? My name is a servant's day, but I swear my good father decided himself. The servants have since come, I fear it's please. Would you mind in my soul with please? Thank them, please. Deliver.
And we probably have enough resources that we can start, like, actually killing some enemies here and there for some more items, if we're decent about, you know, how we go about getting the stuff. As long as we're not being super wasteful, just so I don't have to, like, farm like crazy. I will probably consider going back to pick up the Arrow's Reach Talisman at some point, too, just so we have it. I don't know if ultimately we're going to care too much about getting it, but, let's see here. You sell kukri, that's right. We're gonna want a bunch of kukri from you, but I was hoping he sold a crackpot, and he does. Scale armor is not a terrible set to have if we want that. It's a little costly, but let's get the cracked pot first. Maybe just like a bunch of kukri. Over here. You can only carry 40 at a time, so... But yeah, we're gonna want to be able to start getting, like, some vigor and stuff, just so we don't get, like, one shot too much of the time, because obviously on a Consumables only run, like, dying is a little important to avoid, just so we're not wasting shit. It's not the end of the world if we lose something that's, like, not too hard to replace, but if it's anything that's, like, rare... Like, if we lose a lot of sleep pots on a fight with something, that's obviously going to be kind of a problem. Because getting more of something like that is harder to do. In fact, yeah, for lilies in general, both Miquella's and Trina's, like, you can get more, but farming them are either not easy to do, or otherwise just kind of later game to get like more consistently, which is not super ideal. He's up there, fool. You can see if the fire pots are any good against this guy. I don't know that they'll be great, but I prefer to keep this guy, or to have this guy be dead and not keep him alive, so we're gonna get shot here. I knew it. It's not the worst damage I've ever seen. Would have been good if I had crafted one more of these before we got into combat. That'll work though. For the arrows. All right, we're not going to do Castle Morn yet either, but I am going to get the Grace here. Although we probably could do some of these earlier, like castle-y type things here soonish, I guess. Oops. All right, let's see. How are we going to want to work this? I feel like we're just going to have to come back for the Erdtree stuff later, because I don't think we really have, unless we want to just spend a lot of kukris, I don't know that we really have a good means of killing stuff like Erdtree avatars yet. I think we will if we get, like, we should probably just go to Jarburg, honestly. Maybe I will come over here really quick, though, just to visit that merchant. Hey, Serenity, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Having a good one and all that. But yeah, let's see. We could get the lantern from that guy if we want it, and then he might have more. But yeah, we just definitely need more pots in general. For fighting stuff like avatars. Like, once you have a decent amount, especially like with ritual pots, so you can use like oil pots or whatever, then we can like buff fire damage with oil pots and then use fire pots, giant's flame pots, volcano pots, whatever, to do whatever fire damage we need to do. And those things combined should be pretty good against something like Erdtree avatars. But we'll need like a little bit more than we currently have access to. That's the main thing. Because 8 by itself is not great, because if we went half and half, we would only be able to hit the dude 4 times with fire, and then we'd have to, like, well, oil and then fire, which would still do good damage, but then we'd have to just finish the rest off with, like, kukris and whatnot, so I'd rather get, like, a little bit more first. Randomly stuck. Okay. Doing well, thanks. Hope you are too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. And decent holidays and all that, and just kind of chilling and stuff now. As per usual. Alright, so there's another Deathrite bird. Past where we just were as well that we could deal with at some point if we feel like it, but Not too sure if Herbo is going to come in handy for us. I feel like that mostly gets used in like stamina restorative type stuff, but I don't remember what all. It's been a long time since I've looked at like crafting recipe stuff to specifically like keep track of everything for guide work, so I don't really remember off the top of my head what a lot of things will give you with the right recipes. Okay, not what I said to do, horse. Also, definitely not what I said to do, but at least it didn't cost us. I had said before that I wanted to... I guess we should just hit the church. Well, churches, plural. And then make our way to the merchant, because I don't know that there's much else that we need to do here right this moment. We should actually grab the Faith Knot tier, though. Because that might be good to have if we're fighting something like a death bird. Oh, I just realized where I was. I don't really want to be here. Don't shoot me, please. Alright. Do a quick hole up over here, get the Faith Knot tier, head up to the churches, visit the merchant, and then that should do it for here for right now, I think. Unless we want to like specifically try to do any particular fights, but I don't know. I could also see like remembrances being like kind of necessary to get a lot out of in this run, because we're not going to be really like getting them for their weapons, so using them for their runes could be very like useful, and therefore even just using like the mausoleums to get duplicates for more runes could easily be worthwhile. But getting said mausoleums we can kind of do anytime. It's not like we need to make that a priority. It's not like I don't know where they all are anyway. Okay. Did not see you there. Sorry. I'm trying to think about like what outfit, aside from the jar helmet, the pot head, what sort of like equipment that I would like this character to be wearing. It's mainly for now going to depend on just what we happen to find, but I feel like aristocrat stuff would actually be kind of funny, even though it's not at all like protective. But again, I feel like what makes those more funny is the hats, and we won't really be wearing the hats with the pot head on, so. Bones, please. At least some, anyway. I don't remember... What do you get from these ruins again? I don't think it's anything that I want. I think there's like just some pages down here. Oh, easy does it there, buddy. Oops. glad that didn't kill me. Right, the wing scythe. Okay. Well, that's not going to be super useful, but again, we can just sell it. No big deal. I couldn't remember what that was either. Probably not something we're ever going to use. Alright. Let's just go get ourselves to that other church then. That'll be that. Well, anyway. That, aside from just whatever else we might want to do in Weeping Peninsula, but that shouldn't be much because it's just the merchant. And then I guess I'll get some, collect the runes over by those sarcophagi over on the hill, and then maybe visit the Frenzied Village. I can see that maybe being worthwhile. There's a lot of like resources up there. I just don't know what all is potentially good for us. Six and 1, I think is fine for now. Level up. Let's start getting a little bit of HP so we can actually like survive the occasional hit from something. Poison Bloom we're definitely going to want a fair bit of in the long run. Certainly. Okay. Come over here. Grab this. Get stuck for no reason.
Well, there's been a... How can I?
He sells just the lantern is the only thing we really want. The Arteria Leaf could be useful in the future, but we don't really need to buy it from him. But I will buy your lantern anyway, just so we have it. Do that, go. Okay, see you later. For now, we'll just pop this on here, but it might get moved. I would kind of like to try to kill the bell-bearing hunter in Limgrave for the Bone Peddler's bell-bearing sometime soon, but I don't think we're quite ready for it just yet. He's not one that generally tries to dodge too much of your shit, but he can easily punish, like, pot throws pretty frequently. I might even, like, have a better chance of killing him here at, like, lower stat levels by just staying on my horse and just throwing shit from a distance. Alright, so ignore the tower. I think that's it for here, with the exception of maybe just coming up to check the village. At least all that I want to do now. There's still plenty of other shit we can do here. But yeah, we're still kind of like opening up the run. There's things we can potentially fight with what we have. Okay. So those guys die fairly easily, that's good. Okay. I was kind of hoping they'd drop some of their gear. No luck. We got some sunflowers out of it anyway. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so let's come up over here and do that. I'm sure there's like some other stuff that might be worth doing, but I don't think it's stuff we need to do like right now. But as we're just opening things up here, I think before we even do like, or try to do Stormvale or any other particularly like hard-ish dungeons or areas, we should probably at least go to like Liurnia and get some stuff there as well. Unlock any other particular farming spots we might want as well, potentially. The crystal dart recipe is going to be worth trying to get as well. I think they maybe scale with intelligence a little bit. I would hope possibly it's like dex and intelligence, but hey, Death Wears Bunny Slippers, how's it going? Welcome in, hope you're doing well. What was I saying? Yeah, so whatever we're like kind of able to get from there, though, I think one of the main points of interest is just going to be heading to Jarburg, because that in and of itself is also like a nice little farm location, because there's just so many like flower resources that just grow directly in Jarburg. But we'll also get like another couple of crack pots and some ritual pots as well there, and then we just need to like start finding some other recipes that we can mix and match things with, because that'll be one of the things that really starts to actually open up the run for us. But I do also really need to get patches out of his cave so we can buy fan daggers from him, because those are going to be pretty necessary, which means beating Nereus and also patches himself, of course. But we probably have enough now that we can make that work, though, if we want to go back once we're done with this little side jaunt. Doing well. Hope you had a great start to the new year. Yeah, definitely not too bad. Thank you very much. Things are moving along decently, at least for me anyway. A yellow ember and eye of yellow can be gotten here. I don't know how much we're gonna need either of those, but I guess it's something that we should keep in mind, though, if we ever do want it. Or really just yellow ember, I suppose, because I think eye of yellow might be a rare material, if I remember correctly, so they won't regrow. Plenty of just stuff to be had, though, that's for sure. I think we're probably about at the point in time where we're going to want to just go ahead and hit up Liurnia. Well, maybe we'll make the patches thing work first. Because, yeah, I think fan daggers are going to be pretty important even early on in this run, so we're going to want to make sure we try to get our hands on those sooner. You can buy some from him right away, but the main thing is that we need to get him to Liurnia so that we can buy them indefinitely, or an infinite source of them, rather, from him, because he only sells like 8 or something like that the first time you meet him in the cave. We be collecting stuff, though. Alright, that should do it. Let's, if there's anything else we really need right now, I don't think so. Let's go ahead and go give this another try. And hopefully not die super fast. And then I should probably, like, take a moment to just kind of quickly look up what recipes that I should, like, go out of my way to get in Liurnia. Where to get them. Although I'm sure I'll probably remember where to get a lot of them as soon as I look. It's more a matter of just, like, not keeping that information in my head as much these days as I used to. Takes up a lot of brain space. All that guide work, you know. It's kind of nice, like, when you're doing the seamless co-op, you can just get in here, like, before he invades pretty easily, because there's always, like, a little bit of lag time on his spawner for whatever reason. I thought maybe that would still hit him if he'd roll a little early. Fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Again. I don't know why I'm getting caught by his combo. Also, what, maybe I'm just misremembering, but is his combo faster than it used to be? I don't know that anyone would really notice this, but I feel like whenever I've done dual-wield daggers, I feel like that dual-wield combo does not come out usually that fucking fast. It's quite fast, but I don't know about that, though. Oh, I just keep getting caught out by his bullshit, though. But if he hits me with one part of that combo, I'm just dead, because I'm just immediately stun-locked into taking a death, so I'm trying not to get hit by it. Oftentimes, I can outrun his shit, but for whatever reason that time, it didn't really want to let me outspace his thrusting attack there. And again, with a little bit of health and a little bit of armor, this wouldn't be, like, quite as bad. I mean, bleed would be a concern, but just with nothing, his damage is a threat. Considerable threat. He's already a threat, but more so than normal, I mean.
Ah, Ranjo Stenja.
Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'll look more at chat here in a second. Do I need to hit you to get you to... Yura should just fucking spawn here. He's taking his dear feet sweet fucking time about it, though.
If it isn't Narius.
Help me out here, Yura. Motherfucker, this guy's such an asshole. Shit, I forgot to re-equip the Kukri. Hold his attention. Oh, it's 30. For some reason I thought you could hold 40 of these. There we go. I helped. I swear to God, whenever Nereus is, like, more difficult than normal, it just feels like Yura takes, like, 5 times as long to spawn. I'm pretty sure if you do a bunch of damage to him, he spawns much faster. But yeah, like, if it's taken a while, then he's a bit of a pain in the ass to get just to show up for whatever reason. Alright, let me... So I'll just leave that stuff where it is. I kind of want to just put my... Let's put the blue flask on here for the hell of it. Hopefully I won't, like, forget about that, but just want to let less stuff on my bar. Alright, now we have to beat Patches without... Hopefully without dying. Which is also going to be not super easy. Maybe we might want to go quickly farm up some... Well, I tell you what, we'll just try as it is, and if we die, then we'll go farm up some butterflies. But I just realized that we're, like, out of them, so... Oh, hey, clothing. I can do the old casual sweatpants.
Well, well, just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming...
There, he seems... Consumabro seems way more comfortable now.
Cough up your coin, all of it.
Alright, the damage is pretty decent. We just need to get him caught out enough to take it. Even him blocking is actually not bad. We would prefer to trigger him to do his acid spray mist so that we can punish that a lot more easily than anything else. There we go. That was actually a lot easier than I assumed it was going to be.
Finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true.
Haha.
What do you... Now, how did I
took you for an innocent. Well, what? I'm packed tarnished, only for now. In exchange for, honestly, frankly. So don't be. I'll be ready to.
All right, let's. We got to reset him, so let's come back over here, and then we can see about buying whatever we want to buy from him. I guess we might want to just kill these guys too, or well, we don't have a lot of fire bombs left, so. Just the ones up front. Yeah, it'll be nice when I can get those two. Ooh, smoldering butterfly, thank you. That's very handy. Very kind of you. I could make like some holy pots real fast, just as a backup. Would have been good to equip them too, but let's do that real fast. It's like the one time that you get mushrooms and not feel bad about it out of a chest. That's actually kind of a worthwhile treasure for me. Maybe not so much 5, but, you know, still.
Well, nice. All a bit and welcome. You won't need a.
All right, let's see. Okay, it's 20 total that he sells off the bat. We don't really, well, we might want the gold pickled fowlfoot recipe just for extra rune farming. I'll buy it because we can afford it, but I do need to buy all of the fan daggers available. I'm gonna bank on us not needing those, at least not anytime soon, so. 13. Yeah, faded, like Earthleaf Flower sells for 10 individually, so, and since it takes 2 just to make one Furl Calling Finger Remedy, it's actually more valuable to just sell these as flowers, because otherwise you're cutting their price in half. I still need more. Honestly, just the Winged Scythe would have done that on its own.
Cheers for that. Forgot something. No, no.
Alright, that'll do that for now, and then, actually, do I want to buy... We have the recipe for this now, but maybe... Let's buy some gold pickled fowlfoot while we're at it, too. So that, we're not going to need this, I'll sell it. Need that. Don't need any of these shields. I'll keep the clothes. Two's probably plenty for now. Okay, so that will be enough to get him to move to Liurnia, so we can, I guess we can just go right there at this point. Is there anything else we want to, like, try to do here, like, quickly before we move on to doing that? With holy water pots at this point, there's enough stuff we definitely could kill. Oh, we should actually get some more flame butterflies now that I think about it, because we're out. So that is at least one thing we need to do. Arrow. just summon every single pack of wolves that exists, I guess. Alright, let me just do this like a couple of times, then we'll head to Liurnia. We should be in a good place to have like a decent mushroom farm pretty quickly from that. I don't know that we'll need to do much in the way of mushroom farming right now, though. Maybe not for a while. Oh, whoops, okay. I thought I had run, like, past the shack for a second there, or at least past the direction of it. A little confused. I'm a little curious to see what our damage is like against the Bell-Bearing Hunter, but I suspect we should maybe... Oh, right, I have one holy pot to use up, that's why. I was wondering why I could only make 7. I suspect our damage is still going to be a little underwhelming against him. Even with, like, kukris and everything else, so... I think I'd like to just visit Liurnia first, just that way we've got access to a few more pots and things that we can use, and then maybe we can, shortly after that, make our way back here and kill him. Just so we have the means to buy bones if we want to. Oh, nice throw. Alright, one more time. Should be enough for at least a little bit. Yeah, I think in terms of Liurnia, obviously Alexander has like a quest thing that happens there at the near the tower with the other hole. I don't know if he'll be there yet. It's been a long time since I've like written out how his quest line works, so I kind of forget. But he should end up like showing up at like the Radon festival kind of either way. And then it's like after that part's complete, he'll end up in Gelmir as long as we don't fuck something up. It's unfortunate. I think they have like fixed it more now, but it used to be extremely easy to accidentally break Alexander's quest line if you just did certain things out of order. Or like if you just completed certain regions too quickly before you advanced his stuff, then he just wouldn't... He would go no further than the Radon festival. Like once that was completed, he would just stay there forever. But I think, while that might still be possible, I don't think it's super likely to happen anymore. Alright, to Liurnia we go. Alright. Just skirt around the castle here. But yeah, pretty soon, at least once we have like some of these spots kind of like opened up, and I realized that this is probably not the most engaging part of the run because it's a lot of just running around and doing like collecting and stuff like that. But yeah, once we have like a few avenues opened up and we've got like some more recipes, we'll be able to just kind of start playing more normally, and you know, as normal as doing consumables only is anyway. But game lagged a little bit there. But then yeah, we'll be able to just actually fight some stuff. We just kind of need ammo effectively. That's sort of where we're at right now, or at least the means to reliably get ammo sort of frequently. We can do fetid pots, but these also have a chance. Not a chance. They do deadly poison, which runs out faster than regular poison, but also it's stronger in the sense that it ticks like for more damage. But the main downside to these is that they also poison you. So when you use them, it's kind of like sort of like how dung pies used to work in Dark Souls 1, except those actually inflict toxic instead of just like the stronger version of poison. Whereas the equivalent of that in this would technically be Scarlet Rot, I guess. And we will, of course, get rot pots too, but... Okay, just get stuck again. I guess if we feel like progressing Hayeda's thing while we're here, we can just run in and get this Shabriri grape real quick. Since you don't really have to beat you don't have to beat Stormveil to come in here at all, you can just walk in. It would be interesting, kind of, if you could just bypass, like, Stormveil and just walk right into the throne room and then outside and fight Godric from there. I think if that were the case, though, that a lot of people would just straight up skip Stormveil, you know, outside of maybe just using it for certain resources. Alright, now that we've rested here, certain things will advance. Let's see. Roderica will have moved on, and obviously Irina will be dead, and Hayeda is here. Because they're quote-unquote totally not the same person or anything. Yes, you can have this.
You are most kind. May the blessing. You are most. May the blessing.
You then believe it on for a... Well, you're a true... My name, presuming you're only... I'm afraid...
Honestly, Pops, I'm about as poor as you are, so be glad I even had 10 runes on me to give you.
Why not without one? And you'll never... And if you want you... Would you consider... I know it, but still...
Alright, I will grab the items here first. Next to both of these. Not that we're going to need the Academy Scroll for anything, but again, I can just give them to Dog Pope and, you know, maybe use them in the future after the run or something if I want to. If I feel like keeping this character around for any particular reason. Feckin' greedy bitch. He is greedy. Like, honestly, he should just, you know, it's 10 runes. He could just get them himself, you know? Although, you know, he's asking for a donation, not really, like, you know, Just like a quick, hey, can I get like $10? I specifically need $10. Yeah, we gotta pay attention to those glintstone cookbooks too, because eventually, oh shit. We should eventually at some point run into ones that can let us do, cuckoo glintstones to craft. I gotta figure out which recipe book that's on. And again, those will also scale with intelligence. Same with like other glintstone scrap and stuff, that we can just like pick up or whatever, but...
Baba Gondala.
Yo, the extra, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Hope you're doing well.
You're new and surprised, no matter why, don't. Oh, but don't.
Crystal dart. That's what we want right there. So let's sell some shit. Just don't really have like a particularly good amount for anything, do we? But we already bought a lantern, so we don't need that. I don't really need the astrologer's clothes or anything, so that's fine. Then crystal darts are made with just cracked crystals, which we can easily farm up in tunnels here in Liurnia, so... hello, use it, please. Such a buffered roll. Extra, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a good one so far. Good new year as well. Should level up more soon too. Actually, I guess we could just... Not that I should use this kind of stuff a lot, but let's use a couple of these, get some levels. Little 5k. Go to 15 vigor, 18 dex for now, and then we can afford one more level with another rune, small rune. Oh, not quite. Cookbook 1 is giving the cuckoo glintstone? Alright, cool. Good to know, thank you. Sure, 16 vigor. Yeah, so we have that as well, which is Crystal Bud, which is farmable just around Liurnia pretty easily. But Crystal Darts will be something that's like relatively cheap to make, and they're not overly great because they use FP and they inflict magic damage. I mean, magic damage in the game is just good to use a lot of the time, but our damage with it is going to be pretty low for now. But still, it's like a fairly easy source of something to throw. It does, like I said, cost FP, so we have to be wary of that. But once we kind of have that stuff sort of figured out just as well, we can use those to just kind of like generally be a decent like throwable in a pinch. Ooh, nice ritual pot. I need a lot of those. Just quickly get out of here so we don't get chewed up by that guy. Yeah, this is the one thing about like the consumables run is like why I think having like your stats, you don't necessarily want them to be crazy spread out, but you kind of could just, you can make use of like every stat for different scaling, with maybe the exception of arcane. I don't remember if much in the way of pots like scales much with arcane. It's still potentially useful just for item discovery, but outside of that though, I don't know it's particularly necessary to have. I would love to be out of combat here soon. Thank you. Okay. So I can actually see what I'm doing. I think another thing, actually, let's go over here. Grab the stuff out of the camp and all that. Excuse me. See, in the Everjail up here is Flame Thief or Fire Thief Adon. Which, I don't know. I mean, obviously we don't need the Flame of the Fell Gods incantation from him, but, you know, I guess we could try killing him for the hell of it. I wonder how resistant to fire he actually is. But even if he is, we could probably kill him with Kukris like relatively easily, I think. He's probably not overly worth killing, but we're here, so sure, why not? Less resistant than I thought. Okay, we're gonna have to try to time that for like whenever he's like right when he's casting it. Damn, still didn't hit him. I cannot believe neither of those hit. That little sidestep was kind of ridiculous. It's just definitely going to be one of those things about this run that's going to be occasionally annoying, especially fighting tarnished models. They are all very input read dodge heavy. That felt like that should have hit. Really kind of went through your body, but Motherfucker. Fuck off. What the stupid sidestep is so lame. Let's do his headshot, I guess. $14 left. Not great. Oh, he healed. Right. I should have thought about that. Alright, well, fuck that then. I don't know why I didn't think about the fact that as as a tarnished he would have the ability to heal at least once. It's not to say that we couldn't necessarily beat that fight, but with him healing back like 90% of the damage we just did makes that not worth finishing. We'd just be wasting shit beyond what we already wasted. That's alright. We will just eat that one on the chin, I guess. I do need to go buy more kukri, though. I guess we have 24. That's not terrible. We can wait for a bit. We're going to want more fan daggers anyway pretty soon. Speaking of which, we should rearrange some stuff here. Let's do this and then fan daggers, throwing knives, darts, pots for now. Just like having whatever it is we're using as our main kind of go-to weapon be sort of like right before our heal in case we need to swap really quickly. It's not the greatest to be like cycling through, to be honest, but, and to be perfectly frank, I should just put it on my pouch. In fact, maybe we should just do that. Question is, what the fuck am I going to put it on? I guess left? It's really going to take some getting used to, though. I'm going to die a bunch trying to do that and just forgetting about it a bunch, but I'll just put the lantern as like a manual activation instead. So left is heal. Maybe I should switch those around. I feel like I'll remember right being heal better for some reason. There we go. Right is heal, left is FP. Then I can just leave my tool belt for cycling through consumables that we want to use for attacking. I don't get like too like flummoxed trying to cycle through everything just to get a heal and then cycle back. Honestly, I think like playing with flasks on your pouch instead is kind of the more efficient way to play a lot of the time, depending on what it is you're doing. I've just, you know, I've always been kind of used to the Dark Souls 1 approach of it, of just always having it on like your hotbar instead. There should be more Trina's Lilies to grab here as well as other useful items. Shrooms and whatnot. Poison Bloom. Let's see. Glintstone Fireflies we're probably going to need for something. So I'm just trying to make sure we pick those up as we're walking through any of these areas. I guess since I'm here, I'll go ahead and go up to the Albinaric village and just get whatever I want up there. We might want a larval tier for later anyway, so... It's so dark. It's that one Trina Zully, though. Unless I'm just, like, misremembering. I could have sworn there was one. Well, whatever. Maybe it's just over on this end, probably. I guess it was just that one, though. I thought there was, like... Oh, here they are. Okay. I was gonna say, it's like, I could have sworn there was, like, a big patch of them somewhere. Another one there. I got the black lung pop. Get your coffin under control. That definitely sets up us up with like a decent amount of poison bloom for the future as well. We don't really have much, if any, Miranda powder, but I don't know which one we'll end up really needing more of, to be honest, but I'm sure we'll probably want both. Nope, I said to pick that up, please. Thank you. Give me all of your shrooms. Go. All right. So let's see. Item crafting. We don't need any of that. We've definitely gotten a decent amount of recipes so far. The cracked crystals should help. Sorry, crystal darts, I mean. It's just another thing that we should be able to throw that we can easily farm up. Once we do kill Elimer, or sorry, the Bone Peddler's version of the Bell-Bearing Hunter, getting beast bones won't necessarily be too hard to do, but, you know, they're often a thing that are not super fun to buy because they're kind of expensive to purchase. And farming them, of course, is, you know, also kind of not super ideal. So making regular bone darts will often not be like the best. We'd often prefer instead to make like other versions of bone darts, like poison bone darts or whatever. But then crystal darts will give us another way to just kind of make darts that don't require bones. They do different damage, but it's at least something. And then, yeah, pots, we've at least got a couple of elemental types. We still need more, of course, but... suppose it would be worth trying to sneak up on you if we're gonna kill you. More clothing. And Miranda powder. I guess we could throw... I guess we could throw something like that on if we feel like it. Let's see. I'm not the biggest fan of the appearance of either of these. The sweatpants on their own are kind of fun. But I don't really like either of these, so I'm just going to stay without it for now. Unless we really need the defense, in which case we can throw it on, but for right now I don't think we really do.
No, dear me.
Please no.
I haven't a clue.
What happened to that person?
No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be.
I guess maybe the perfumer snuck up on her?
Wait then. Well. Oh, we're finished. The curse monk, I beg you. You must keep. And then please give. At your medallion, it's only a cut for dear. My alas.
Wait, this is not where I wanted to go yet. Skirt. Hold on. I'm gonna go, like, pick up the crystal sword over here just for yet another thing that we can sell or whatever, but... then we can go across and... I don't know how viable it's gonna be to try to kill... the, Omen Killer. Sorry, I took a second for me to remember what the fuck he was called. I kept wanting to call him, like, Oni Slayer, and I was like, that's not right. Hey, thanks. Got stuck on the rope. But yeah, we can at least give this a try anyway. Some dogs out the way first, though. Shit, I had a feeling I was gonna underthrow that. And of course now he's taking less damage. Alright, craft those so that we're back to full. And now we are ready to at least give this an attempt. So we'll see how we do. Wow. It is definitely not great damage. Not the worst ever, but definitely not great. Hello? What was that? Kind of got jolted forward more than normal there. little sidestep. The little sidestep. Okay, well, there was supposed to be a throw there, but it just didn't come out for some reason. As long as we don't have like a really stupid mistake, we can definitely still do this here. Headshot. Stupid mistake like getting stuck on a rock and not being able to roll away. Yeah, okay. Figured he was going to sidestep that. I should have waited for a better moment there. Undo your jump combo. It's the best thing to punish here. Six left. Yep. Kind of figured that was going to happen. Oh, nice. The bleed triggered. Sick. Okay. Not too bad. Just got caught out the once. Thankfully it didn't kill us. It's the sweatpants. They made the difference. Comes the dog, which I'm not overly interested in killing and wasting resources on, so let's just leave. Alright. What's next here? Folly on the Lake, I was told, had some of the best mushroom farming. I don't know, like, specifically where they are, but got 1, 2. Right there. Is it just the 2? It's not really bad if there even are just 2. As long as they're, like, you know, really close to a grace, sometimes that's good enough, because you can pretty easily just, like, rest, go grab the resource. Rest, go grab the resource. It's all about, like, how close is it? How much time does it take to grab the item? And how much are you able to get in one little run? 2 at a time means minimum 2, but we could get more if, you know, our item discovery helps us out there. And again, that is kind of one of the reasons why item discovery can help us out there. Let's see, we got 2 on that one. Off the horse, please. Thank you. So we are sitting at 15 of those, 9 smoldering butterflies, so we have enough for like one more batch of fire bombs. For now, before we gotta go, discovery gives an extra amount. I believe it does. Well, you have a higher chance of rolling. It's all percentages, and your item discovery gives you a greater boost for any sort of drop rate, so you have a higher chance of receiving the bigger drop amounts with higher item discovery, but it's not like a guarantee that you're going to get more. Also, how's it going, Roar Mullen? Sorry, butchered your name for a second there. Hope you're doing well though. Good to see you. Where do we want to go? We should probably do a tunnel, or at least part of a tunnel, for some cracked crystal, just so we can start making crystal darts. At least just so we have them. Again, there's not, you know, an unlimited amount that we can carry or anything like that, but it'll still give us a decent... The name is kind of meant to butcher unsuspecting tongues. Yeah, well, it's not like I haven't seen your name before and heard it said. I just... But yeah, I'm not practiced in saying your name, I guess. We could try killing an Erdtree avatar. I still would, you know what? Yeah, let's go to Jarberg first. Hang on, I want to get this grace while I'm here, though. Let's go to Jarberg and get more pots first, and then we can maybe even backtrack to the one in Weeping. That way we can get our bubble as well if we want it. But with enough fire pots and some oil pots to kind of like bolster that damage, I think we'd be looking at least a little bit okay. We just need to refresh, like, get ourselves a little bit more kukri and all that as well while we're at it. I am going to spend these particular runes on levels for now, though. Let's do 2 more points of dex, and then strength will also help us as well. I kind of want to like start leveling like intelligence and faith a little bit, just so we can start getting scaling for things like crystal darts, cuckoo glintstones, holy pots, things like that, and just other elemental stuff as well. Let's get our vigor to 20 first, though, so that that's also in a decent spot. Okay, so yeah, to Jarberg. Make that our next, like, priority destination. Oh, here's a thing we can do, actually. Thank you for the rune. Still have a lot of smithing stones we can sell. Man, this motherfucking ghost over here. Or, shit, I'm forgetting their official name now. It's something spirit. But yeah, this, this one pissed me off a lot because I had the task when I was doing all the NPCs and stuff to count all of these guys as NPCs as well for collecting their dialogues. And we ended up getting, just to figure out where they all were, we ended up getting like a warp list so we could go directly to where their coordinates were. But this guy would not show up for me for some reason in the version of the game that we were using. So I kept thinking he was cut. For like a while, like the longest time, I was just like, oh, he doesn't exist anymore because he's just not there ever. Like any time that I've gone back there, he's just not there. But it was, I think it was like due to some particular bug. He just wasn't showing up. Oh, Long Johnson spirits, yeah. I definitely had a particular name for them, and I'm just, like, blanking on what it was. Yeah, I can't remember. Before I hit Jarberg, since I'm on this side already, I'm just gonna grab the jellyfish shield and also the map fragment. So that we've got that for the overall area discovery stuff. I don't know that we'll end up using the jellyfish shield at all, but I want to at least have it so that if we do decide to use the buff from it, then we've got it. I don't have to come getting looking for it again. It's just up to the person who that is working on the guide that get to name them. Only in rare circumstances, and we usually agree on something at that point. Generally speaking, all of the creatures, NPCs, etc. in the game have official names. or at least semi-official names in terms of like what FromSoft has been either naming them or used to name them internally in some cases, or in others, you know, it's more specific, like, you know, it'll just tell you somewhere in the game, like that's what they're called. Although there are occasionally little conflicts there where something sounds like it should be named a particular thing, but actually they have a different name for it officially. So anytime that we have official names, which is most everything, we just use that name. And then there'd be a few occasions where whatever working title they were used never got like updated. And so they didn't have like an official name for it. So we would either ask them, and if we got an answer back, we would use that. And if we didn't, then we would just, you know, name it ourselves technically. But for the sake of the guide, it's not like we get to be the arbiter specifically of what it's called in the game, because officially it doesn't have a title if that's the case, which again doesn't really normally happen. That's more of a like extreme rarity. But I will tell you that a lot of the names that you would have seen on something like, well, just any wiki online, Fextra included, aside from maybe anything they might have corrected after they've seen our stuff, is a lot of made-up names. Either stuff that they have occasionally made up themselves, or most of the time they're just stealing shit from what the community says. That map fragment before I like just run around too much here. I think they need to buy a license for that. Being rip-offs? I don't know about that. You have a license for that rip-off, sir? Ah yes, Fextra adding lesser onto any enemy that technically has a boss version. That Rune Bear and Snowfield definitely lesser. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's not a thing. That's just their own made-up bullshit. I'm like struggling to think of like a good example of anything, especially if they've like changed it by now, but like anything that might be on Fextra Life that's just a totally made-up name for something that actually has an official name. Aside from just like, yeah, those instances of lesser or whatever, but those like don't particularly bother me so much. Like maybe one, I don't know what they call them on there now because they might have fixed it, but I think the Revenant followers used to be called something else. So you know you had like the Royal Revenants, right? And then you had the smaller guys that just shoot like the little wraiths at you from the Wraith Calling Bell, and the ones that are on horseback. Well, their official names, sometimes the official names don't sound ultra cool, which is why sometimes people want to just make shit up as well, but at least once they've had the chance to hear them. Because even there have been times even where we were just like, hey, FromSoft, maybe you don't realize this, but in your official files, like, you have Great Skeleton for this enemy, but also for this enemy, and they're not the same type of enemy, so maybe you might want to rename one or something, or tell us if you renamed it. Or not Great Skeleton, but Giant Skeleton, I mean. Alright, we are going to need Fulgur Bloom. This is one of the more dangerous areas to harvest it because of the lightning in water AoE, but especially since the hitbox of it is so goddamn high for some reason. We will farm that shit elsewhere in the future, but we are going to need it at least. At least they have most of their numbers right. Maybe at this point they do, but I can tell you right now that most of their numbers are also just taken from off the backs of what people in the community have done. And by that I largely mean like people who data mine and stuff like that, or occasionally just do like other independent research. Not that they, you know, never try to do their own at all, you know, here and there, but for the most part it's usually not well informed. It's hastily put together shit. And typically therefore wrong. So it's just, it's a lot easier when you have a wiki, I guess, to just steal shit that's online and put it on there. Which, you know, I don't really have as much of a problem with the fact that they might want to just kind of like use the info that's out there, because if it's accurate, of course you're going to use it. It doesn't really make sense to be like, let me independently research the thing that already exists online. But at the very least, if you're using somebody else's work, you should fucking credit them for it. And, well, I'm not going to say that you never see that on Frextra, but it is definitely a rarity. And I do understand, too, that, like, sometimes work that you see online, it might be hard to tell whose it is and where it originated from, because something that somebody posted might be from somebody else, potentially, but even so, you could at least cite where you got it, you know? Hey, Wimpy, how's it going? Zully and Illusory Wall got everyone on their backs. Yeah. I would just like to see more, you know, accountability from their end, but then again, I don't really ever expect a lot coming from what's it called, Kambudo Corp or whatever, that owns Fextra. They're pretty scummy. And I'm not, you know, saying that shit in any particular, you know, reason, just because I've worked on Future Press guides. It's not like a competition thing. Like, I genuinely couldn't care less if they just, you know, had good stuff on there, you know, or not. It's really just more about the commonly used practices that are maybe not quite as cool as they could be, morally speaking, or ethically speaking. It's probably more accurate. They also viewbot. Well, do they still viewbot at this point? I guess they might be able to now, but Twitch did kind of change their policy on the whole viewbotting thing finally, and I remember that they took down their fucking streams like instantly because of that. I'm hoping it stays that way, because yeah, their viewbotting shit is fucking annoying as hell. But to be fair, it's the only way they can get anyone to watch their fucking channels. It's not to say necessarily that the people who stream on their channels are necessarily bad, but, you know, people aren't regularly wanting to watch them. They largely just are watching because of the stupid viewbotting shit through their, website. Which, like anything else, just pretty scummy. They're over there. I was looking for the sarcophagi in there. I am not where I thought I was. But I will grab this a while. Honestly, the personalities that are on there just say nothing to me. I tried a few streams from them and yeah. I've seen some of their stream content just largely from the nature of being on the website in the past. Yeah, it's never particularly impressed me. Don't get me wrong, like I don't think my streams are particularly special either. Like I try, but I'm well aware that I'm not necessarily always the most enthusiastic person, and I don't, I'm not, at least right now anyway, not currently on cam, and don't particularly try to present any sort of show with my stuff. I just prefer more of a stream of consciousness thing and just a nice place for people to hang out, which is not ever going to be like the most popular thing, but that's okay. I don't really need it to be. All right. Well, I guess actually we should just go up there now. Or should we do... Now, hang on. Before we go all the way up there, we need to go here first. They earn money with their shit as their main income. You're really wanting something different from stream than them. Well, yeah, for sure. I don't want to be even remotely all that similar to fucking Fextra Life shit, but again, even from like just a streaming specific standpoint, I don't necessarily have a lot against the streamers themselves that are on there. It's not necessarily their decision. It's kind of like belonging to any other sort of like media management group that, because nearly all of them have or are currently very scummy. I'm sure there's some that are maybe okay, but more often than not, you just hear bad things. And oftentimes people, they get into working with those kinds of companies because it helps them get off the ground, especially if you're doing something like YouTube or whatever, and, making it on your own can be extremely difficult even if your content is good.
It's rather my mistress, but I was a
But yeah, like,
only if you...
I've never particularly wanted to seek out the people who stream on there, though, either, because they don't particularly appeal to me. And yeah, even just as a matter of principle, streamers aside, I just don't particularly want to support Fextra in that way, because they do it in the scummiest way possible, so obviously I don't really want to participate. Alright, Mr. Patches, finally made it to you. We can see what you got for sale for me here.
I'm still in bid now on my patches in.
So you should just, yeah. They cost the same amount of money and all that, but yeah, that you just... Fan daggers are sold infinitely by him now. We might not want to do a whole lot to try to progress him beyond like certain stages so that we can always like come back reliably to get his fan daggers, because otherwise we're going to be in a little bit of a rough spot. We can hold 40 of these and store up to 600, so if we just try to buy a surplus, we might be okay. We might actually want Margit's Shackle too. It is a consumable, it is therefore in the rules to use. I don't necessarily think I'll need it for Margit, but we could make other uses of this, and it could be worthwhile on Moog. So let's see. Can we get another 5k relatively easily? Yes, and then let's also just buy some extra fan daggers while we're here. That's a decent amount at least. We got 40 plus an additional 15 in storage. Okay.
Cheers for that.
For once, we're making Patches an actually kind of rich man. Oh, and then also I need to quickly get ourselves 1,000 here. Oops. So we can buy the pendant from Boggart here. I might want some prawn and stuff too for defense buffs. Is again also potentially useful. We can just buy like one or two because I think we have a little bit over 1,000.
What are you looking at? Trying to start? Show me.
You want to start something, mate? A bottle of water.
You're a shrew. First. All right. Things know your bloody eye. Oh. All right then. I could be.
Oh, it's 600 per. I don't know why I thought it was like 200.
Never met someone. We'd make good mates. I'll be seeing you.
That will get him to advance to Altus, so. Okay, we'll go give this back to her and then we can make our way up to the other side and hit up Jarberg. And YouTubers get fucking destroyed on AdSense right now. Oh, for sure. But I mean, even like years ago, people were using media management companies and stuff because being on YouTube, kind of making it on your own could often be really difficult to do.
The thug, please. Oh yeah, thank you, kind. Did I forget?
At least if you're looking to try to be like somewhat successful with it.
Most time, but you are no the volcano.
All right, that should be it.
This land, but the lift instead at the base it was X. I have faith. I do hope. At the base it was X. I have faith in you.
Even people that have over 1 million subs have seen their money evaporate, making only 20% of what they normally did. Yeah. Well, especially like these days, it's certainly difficult to keep steady ad revenue with YouTube's current, policies for everything. It's really easy to get demonetized, and it's really easy for people to abuse copyright systems. And don't get me wrong, like the copyright systems you kind of want to exist, but yeah, it's just it's hard for admittedly like a little hard for them to design it in such a way for it to be as useful as it can be without people just being able to abuse it. But I do believe that there are ways, and they probably could make it a lot better if they just really tried. I don't really need to kill you, but I could. I guess since we're here, might as well just like do that and get the prayer book. You're gonna have to go like farm up more. Butterflies though, because we are at currently, we have 10 more. I'm a little wary of using an oil pot and then a fire pot on Alexander if he's here, but I'm sure it'll probably be okay. Let's just go ahead and kill this guy. Try to at least. You have a lot more HP than I thought you were going to. At least resistance. Too early. I Knew that was gonna happen. Do your shield attack again. Come on. It's not your shield attack. Should have seen that coming. That damage is fucking terrible. What the fuck? Why? Alright, well, screw this. I'm not wasting all my fan daggers on that guy when it's just not doing much to him. We need, like, appropriate buffs and stat uppage to make that particularly worthwhile, I think. But that's just how it is sometimes. We have to kind of, like, test these things to see if it's worth even doing them much in the first place, and then be like, nope, it was not. But yeah, I'll go farm more flame butterflies here in a bit. At least we have a couple of decent farm spots for these things right now, so... Alright, now, is Alexander here now, or is it... It might just be after that he ends up over here? Yeah, it's after, okay. Well, that is fine. We can just go to Jarburg for now. Try not to fall off a cliff. Alright. Jarburg. Give me your items, please. Hey, Karate, how's it going, dude? Good to see you.
Ah, gosh, it's not easy. I know. It's just a little.
Has this been in the game since release? Oh, Jarburg? No. They meant for it to be in early on, but some of the quest lines weren't 100% finished when they released the game. They were, like, behind schedule with them. So instead, they, like, Jarbaron got added later, and Jarburg itself was not fully, like, established when the game was first released. Do I see someone killing jars over here? Shame on you, Pumpkinhead. Shame. I mean, I'm all for it when they're out and about in the rest of the world because, you know, the jars are a proud warrior people. They are all about dying in battle. They don't mind. Just attacking innocent jars at home. Shameful. Thought I missed it somehow. Yeah, it's obviously it's in the game now, but it was not there right at release. And even, like, portions of the map over here were, like, really confusing because you couldn't, like, easily get to this area. Alright, so that's another cracked pot and a little bit of game lag. Another cracked pot. Yeah, just lots of good resources here for this particular sort of run. Crystal Bud. Obviously, there's a few resources here that you can acquire that are still rare and therefore don't respawn, but There's a lot of good stuff here that does respawn that you can just kind of use as like a regular little farm location if you want to. Did I get everything on all the rooftops? Just make sure that I didn't miss anything over here. Yep, okay. I was gonna say, I thought there was a ritual pot yet to find. I think that's everything now, though. I don't believe I have any ritual pot recipes yet, but I will soon enough. But we can now make up to 11 of these. We're out of butterflies, so I'm one short, but that gives us a lot more we can do if we make something like 4 oil pots and 7 fire. That might be enough to mostly deal with an Erdtree avatar on its own. Let's quickly go farm up some more fire flame butterflies. Playing Baldur's Gate as a bard is a million times more fun than cleric. Bards are pretty cool, for sure. I have not played a bard in Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm enjoying watching Dodo play one in our co-op playthrough. There are times when I kind of miss my warlock a little bit when I'm playing the monk, but I do like the monk quite a lot. So far, the Master Roshi build has been pretty nice, actually. It definitely starts off pretty strong, but that's also just monks. 5th edition D&D monks are kind of overpowered, at least early on. Compared to a lot of other levels, they get, or a lot of other classes, I mean, they get some pretty sick functionality that, can be a little bit on the overpowered side. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna look something up real fast. They were also OP in D&D 4th. Yeah, that may be true. I don't really have a ton of experience with 4th edition, so... Let's see here. I don't want to buy more kukri because I think we just ran out of those. Gonna look up some recipe locations, but looks like Cloudflare is having some issues. They're getting like, they're just down for maintenance again, or just quote unquote down for maintenance. Let's see. It's not down, it's just having problems. So that one's in Smoldering Church. Also... Yes, okay. I definitely want to get like some poison stuff soon. Volcano pot, I'm assuming, should be Merchant Mount Gelmir. Okay, that's what I thought. That's one we're definitely going to want soonish, and that does use cracked pots, I think. We should also get something we can do with ritual pots soon-ish as well. Red main fire pot, maybe? We can get that one from Redmane Castle pretty easily. So let's see. We want to go... There's one in Redmane that we want to get. Actually, I need to go to the Smoldering Church really quick, too. Let's go do that real fast. We still need to farm for butterflies and all that, but... Sorry, one moment. Doing something real fast. Okay. There we go. That should be fine. Alright. All the special cleric dialogue was like, oh, I'll say a prayer for you, blah, 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 religious nonsense, but all the ones for Bard are hilarious, was like an advantage on, like, every kind of check, or a bonus to every check. I mean, yeah. Bards get some fun stuff in the game, for sure. I feel like Warlocks get, like, a few. Barbarians also get some nice interactions here and there. And I'm sure, like, everyone gets, like, some... you know, kind of fun stuff from time to time. I just, you know, obviously I haven't played through the game on, like, everyone yet, so I don't really know how it works out for some of them. I suppose we could kill the Mariner, but I don't have holy pots right now. And I don't want to waste the fire pots just to make them. Is tempting though. I'm trying to think if there's like something else that we could fight to use up the... But we're gonna probably have to kill Anastasia, although I don't know how well that's gonna work. Again, tarnished NPCs are kind of like a little bit of the bane for us here right now for this run, at least until we have a little bit more stuff under our belt. I should even just go buy more kukri, to be honest, to help deal with that shit, but I'm probably just going to grab the recipes that I need and then just get the fuck out of the church rather than fight her right now. Even though normally I would. I bet barbarians get some funny stuff too. Yeah, it's very like brute force, strength, and or, you know, I don't like what you're saying, so, you know, bash. But it feels very like in character for a barbarian. Just to get, like, reactions like that. Plus, you do get, like, anything where strength would come up in the middle of, a dialogue for some reason. Like, you do get, like, a bonus to that usually as a barbarian. So that should give me regular poison pots and poison bone darts. Now those we'll definitely want to make with our beast bones, so... Because those should actually come in handy to be able to just poison things a bit. It's not the strongest poison or anything, but it's something. Don't really like using fire pots on these guys, because it feels like kind of a waste, but we are going to need bones. And I think, since we only have like 4 of those, let's swap those out for those for now. And we need to go buy kukris and all that, too. I'm like debating whether or not to like use up these fire bombs just so I can like you know, just collecting some thin beast bones so that I can then make holy pots to kill the Mariner with, or hopefully kill the Mariner with. Oh right, there's this down here as well. Let's get all of these things, and then we should really just go buy kukri before we do anything else, because we need those as like a backup a lot of the time. let's go do that. Bard insanely good at most skill checks. Pick up an enchanted book from a lich, no problem. Just sing about it. Just do a little song, yeah. That's pretty nice.
Trade again.
136 kukri. That'll set me up for a little while at least. Yeah, that's looking decent. Let's actually move these up here. Yo, Dr. Grossly, how's it going? Consumables only is probably kind of fun considering there are like 485,392 types of consumables. I also thought you were doing Ash of War only. I am still doing Ash of War only. I haven't finished that run. I've been wanting to do this run for a while, and just kind of on a whim today I was like, you know what, I'm just going to start it and do some because I just am tired of waiting to start it up, I guess. Somehow that wolf did not seem to notice me whatsoever. Alright, I'm coming over here just to these larger groups of sheep so we can use up some of these fire bombs and get some bones in the process. Yes, give me lots of bones, please. Oh shit, that's gonna miss. Suddenly turned around. These are getting a fair amount to drop. Alright, one more. None from that guy. Alright. Now we will make some holy pots. Just for the heck of it here, and then let's go fight to be a mariner for fun. What'd you name your character? Dagger Dan, Pebble Paul, Fragment Ronald? Oh, Ruin Fragment Ronald. I missed the first one. I was like, what? Fragment Ronald doesn't make that much sense. Shuriken Sean I like. We should change it. I was like too tired to come up with anything, so I just called him Consumabro for now, but I like Shuriken Sean a lot. And I instantly wasted that. I should have known not to throw that yet. Honestly, this damage is not really killing it as well as I had hoped. I should have maybe even buffed for this. This is just how runs like this will go from time to time. We just have to kind of settle for not having like the highest damage or anything like that. That's fine. As long as we can get the kill, that's about all I care about. Ouch. Alright, you need to settle down, sir. How did that miss? I mean, that one I understand because he turned suddenly, but... What? Okay, you like ducked under it. Alright. Well, that's you did. Not for very much that would be considered worthwhile runes, but I felt like killing you anyway, so... This is why I don't want to, like, try to do any, like, death birds or anything until we can, either A, have a lot more faith to make things like holy pots and stuff like that actually do some decent damage, or B, possibly use buffs that we had previously considered potentially off the table, if they're not from a consumable. I still don't think that those things are, like, necessarily run breaking since you're not using them to attack anything, but it's not necessarily in the spirit of the run, despite the fact that some other people do use them. So we'll see. If damage just feels too lacking, then I'll consider using, like, the jellyfish shield and or, you know, other similar special buffs that will impart a little bit more damage to our consumable output. Alright, well, with that done, there's not really a whole lot we need. From there, there's the Redmane pot we can get from Redmane Castle. Maybe we should just go try to get that next, so we have something we can use ritual pots for. Oh, I was kind of in the midst of getting butterflies for these two, wasn't I? Alright, let's finish doing that first. Also, how's it going, Nikushimi? Sorry, I didn't see you come in until just now. And yes, if you hadn't figured that out from what I had said before, if you happen to hear me say it, I mean, yeah, I am still doing the Ash of War run. But yeah, I'm kind of taking a little break from it because I just particularly wanted to get this started. But yeah, I will definitely continue doing Ash of War only as well. I was, like, mildly annoyed with the Elemer fight when I was doing that the other day. Either didn't hear or I forgot. Well, I don't know if you were actually here yet when I answered it the first time, so it's all good either way. I just feel like maybe the way I said that was, like, a little bit rude sounding, but I didn't mean for it to come off that way. No, it's just like, in case you haven't figured it out yet, like, that's, I didn't mean for it to sound rude. I just meant, in case you, were here and already had that answered for you, because I only just now saw you come in to the chat. I remember the first time fighting a Tibia Mariner feeling like, damn, killed a boss, what an accomplishment. Oh, for those ignorant days of youth. I mean, you know, they're certainly not, like, the most difficult of Elden Ring bosses or anything, but I do like their design, and they can occasionally be annoying to fight. Mainly because of their ads and stuff like that. Especially the later game ones with the giant skeletons with laser beam eyes and shit, but although I don't normally find their big beam attack to be that dangerous, it's more that, like, if one spawns near you while you're trying to do other shit and it just is kind of obscuring the camera in such a way that you can't really see where it's swinging, and then you just aren't able to dodge one of their big attacks in time and it just fucking pancakes you, like, that's when shit gets kind of annoying to deal with. So how much do consumables scale with stats? I rarely use them, so I don't quite know. Like, is the scaling good or kind of meh? It's definitely not, like, good, but they do scale. So it's worth upgrading your stats. Otherwise, like, I would probably only level, like, Vigor and mind and endurance just to have like as much of a cushion for you know, survivability and stamina usage and FP usage as possible. But, you know, a lot of the knives and jars and etc. that you throw scale with both strength and dexterity, so those are kind of like, I feel, the all around most important two scaling wise. And then certain things scale with intelligence, some with faith. So you kind of want like all of the stats to be up. The only ones that I think don't necessarily scale damage wise with a stat is arcane. But arcane also gives you item discovery, which means potentially finding more resources while you're farming and stuff. So there's still usefulness in arcane. I just think that it's probably like the lower priority. I've been streaming this shit for 4 hours already. God damn. I feel like I've barely accomplished anything. I mean, that's in part because I've mostly been running around collecting shit all stream, but we haven't really leveled much or fought a whole lot of things. Not that I don't want to or anything. I was curious if they did scale decently or not. I knew they had scaling ratings, so I wasn't sure how good the scaling was. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I wouldn't say that it's like terrible, but you definitely have to put in a decent amount of strength and dex to get much out of it. And it's not going to be like weapon scaling for the most part, because weapon scaling in and of itself is not necessarily automatically like great, but because you can upgrade weapons, that makes a pretty big difference in the scaling. So weapons definitely, like, as you upgrade them, at least will outscale anything that consumables can really do. But that isn't to say that, like, without the right setup, that consumables can't still be pretty powerful and even sometimes super OP. Like, it wasn't necessarily a super intended thing, but, like, for example, holy pots and sacred order pots and stuff like that do a pretty high amount of damage to enemies like death birds and deathrite birds, as well as like certain other undead, of course. And with certain buffs on top of that, like sacred order or even just like golden vow, what else? Well, anything that's going to raise your attack power, but certainly even more if it's like your holy attack power. You can get to certain points where you can practically just like one-shot a deathrite bird, or well, at least a death bird, by just hitting it, as long as you can hit it in the head with like a holy pot, if you have decent stats and, you know, some buffs backing you up to make your damage better. Just because the amount of like bonus damage that certain enemies will take from stuff like that, gets raised up pretty high. Even with only like moderate faith and not a lot of buffs, you can, as long as you're making headshots on those kind of enemies with like just basic holy pots, you can still do a lot of damage with a headshot. Now against like other stuff, you know, that's less specialized like that, you know, they maybe aren't quite as OP in a lot of situations, but I would say like depending on how you're statted and buffed and everything, like you still can get a lot out of various things. Like even fan daggers are pretty well known for just doing like a lot of DPS once you have the right kind of stats and buffs on your side, because as long as you're able to run right up to a target and hit it kind of point blank with the fan daggers so that all of the daggers are actually landing, but you can just kind of like build up that damage really quick. And of course, having things like the jar friend or pot friend talisman and the helmet and stuff, like just making throwable jars and stuff better is always useful. And just random shit like that. There's various like little talisman synergies that might be not quite so obvious that are still really good. So it's always good to just kind of like look into that stuff. And frankly, I could have done a little bit more research before I started this run, but I was just kind of like, nah, I just want to like start the run. So, you know, it's not exactly like in the perfect position for everything, but I would say like that's okay. I don't really mind too much. Right, so I'm just gonna loot a little bit more mushrooms, but then I gotta see which thing I want to do next. I know that I wanted to like potentially go kill an Erdtree avatar, but I think maybe let's go get the red main fire pots first. See what those take to craft. Because those ones I think actually use ritual pots, so that gives us a different pot source to use at the very least. It's not like a lot that we'll have, but 27.55. Just do one more and then we'll go. Let's also level up once here and get vigor up to 18. Once that hits 20, I'll continue putting points into other stuff. Endurance, I do want more of, but it's probably going to be a lower priority just because in order to get scaling damage, we kind of really need to put it into other stuff. And we even potentially want FP as well. More than we want to worry about our stamina, so we just don't want our stamina to be crazy low, so endurance is something we're going to want to level, like, in the long run. Or at least bolster with talismans or something. Or rather stamina, I should say, not specifically endurance. Okay, what now? Let's go... Right. It was... We're going to go over here. Alright, let's do it. We still have, like, plenty of shit we can sell, too, if we ever need to, just quickly try to make stuff happen. I guess we could kill Anastasia while we're here. If she wants to show up. Hello. Hey, Abyss, thanks for the good luck. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, dude. Why is she not spawning? Well, whatever. Oh, now, the moment I am about to go for my horse. That's unfortunate. I do, like, sometimes dislike that enemies jumping just fucks up your ability to kind of hit them with most thrown things. Bitch, can you stop rolling so much? Of course that missed. She is just rolling like crazy now. Excuse you, game. I think that one was a little bit sus as fuck. I don't know why I got, like, carried along with her jump there. Like, the lock-on somehow made me roll not where I was going. Late-ass dodge, okay, sure. That somehow missed. I guess I built sort of by it somehow. Bro, just fucking get hit by my shit, please. Let's get, where'd my roll go? Hello? Fuck's sake, that's so stupid. It just, like, travels right through them sometimes, like, when they're jumping. It's just super annoying. That's why, you know, the bane of this run is tarnished enemies, frankly. Everything else, not generally too bad. I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that'll be just as annoying, but like, oh yeah, that'll actually help with our holy pots too. But yeah, fucking tarnished are just all input reading pieces of shit, so of course they just want to dodge every single thing that you throw at them. Okay, item crafting. Let's just make another 11 of these for now. And we will go. We are gonna definitely want the fire physic thingy. Well, all the physics stuff that's gonna improve elemental damage is just yet another thing that we're gonna want for you know, those buffs that I was kind of previously talking about. Improving consumable damage. Alright, sorry, let me catch up on chat here. Just a second. Doing alright, tired as usual, but alright, you doing well? Yeah, kind of the same. Regularly tired, but doing decent. Did want to make a character who used consumables as a supplement, but it always felt daunting. It can be. There, you know, if you use consumables super frequently, it does tend to make you want to farm a lot. But, you know, they can be really nice, like, even just supplementally. It just depends on kind of how you go about it. Are you doing all bosses? I might. I'm not 100% sure yet. I think I'm going to just kind of do whatever I'm feeling for now, and then depending on how the run goes, if I don't end up somehow hating it in the long run, then I might do all bosses. I probably won't do all bosses with the Ash of War only run, because that sounds like weirdly more tedious than this does. Like, this will have a lot more farming in it, of course, but Ash of War only just doesn't feel as exciting to me right now to do all bosses in, so I'll probably only do any % for that one. But yeah, for stuff that dodge like crazy, you just kind of have to like use your throwables and stuff like when they're kind of in the middle of something, which does get risky. As you can see, like a good example is the invader that I just fought. Like anything with a tarnished model is going to typically input read anything you do pretty harshly, so they tend to just roll a lot, and that's always kind of an issue. But like if you know how to kind of like wait for certain things where you can do it from a somewhat safe distance or whatever, and then throw your thing, then there's a higher chance that you'll actually like land a hit, instead of them just like dodging out of the way. But you know, some stuff's definitely going to be like more annoying to do that with. It's kind of a similar principle to even just like playing as a caster build if you're, you know, not using something like Night Comet, for example, and how often certain enemies will just dodge your spell projectiles. You just kind of have to wait for the right timings or else they won't land. Consumables only fee as champions isn't a fun time? Yeah, probably not. But we'll see how things go if I end up going there. It's a lot of tarnished, you know, to be fighting at once with consumables. I got through Elden with the bare minimum knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly a lot of people's approach, you know, especially on their first playthrough. You don't necessarily know anything going in, so. Ash of War all boss sounds like the tedium or nihil spam at the last stretch. Well, I'm kind of keeping it just to Ashes of War, so like no special weapon skills, so only like standard weapons that we can put Ashes of War into. So nihil won't even be an option. I might later do like a skills only run and just like try to go out of my way to get a weapon with a skill on it that I can kind of do the run with to start, and then just do the same thing where if it's like region locked, because I think region locked adds something to it, but it is a lot of like only using Ashes of War and, you know, trying to showcase a different Ash of War sort of as like my main one per region. That's kind of how I've been doing it. And I will say that it makes a lot of the fights harder. Not that this won't, but I feel like in some ways with consumables only, I get a little bit more mobility from certain attacks because they don't take... They take a while to throw sometimes, but I can do them from a safer distance and I get like a little bit of a quicker recovery time to roll. Whereas with like Ash of War only, unless I'm using a ranged one, Oftentimes I get into the fight and I go to do my Ash of War, and I have to either wait for just the right time to attack, as though I was treating it like a very slow weapon, or I'm going to end up trading damage because that's just how it is. The game, Elden Ring, is much easier. Like, as much as like Ash of War only, like just using any sort of skill might not sound like a difficult challenge, the fighting in this game is much easier when you can just use a melee weapon normally. So like you attack, you dodge, you attack, you dodge, or even if you want to use a shield or whatever in there to block, it's much easier than just specifically waiting for the right moment to do an Ash of War and hoping that you didn't miscalculate, or intentionally you kind of just went in for a trade because your Ash of War is just slow enough that you know that you're not going to be able to get an attack off without the boss or enemy hitting you as well. Because some of them are just too fast. Otherwise, you just spend all of your time waiting for the right, for the one move that they're going to do that you can punish safely. Which I certainly do a lot in that, and I probably will have to at least some in this with certain things that are a little bit slower to throw, but a number of things throw quickly enough that it won't be too much of a problem, I think. Alright, so next we're gonna go... We are gonna go to Redmane Castle to get our, Oh, right, there's a catacomb statue there. I thought there was like a crow sitting there for a second, and I was like, that's too small to be a crow, but what the fuck? Yeah, we can get the Redmane fire pot recipe like relatively easy in there. Hi, okay, that's a little rude. Fuck you. I'm happy to have not, like, instantly died. I've died in this little stupid encampment so many times because of these goddamn... Just how many fucking birds and dogs there are right here. It's kind of an annoying place. But yeah, I don't necessarily think that, like, Ash of War all bosses is, like, out of the question, but I'm definitely gonna, like, keep it to any percent to start, and then if I feel like doing all the bosses later, then I might. But I think that that's potentially a higher likelihood of actually happening in this run. I kind of want to just go over here really quick just to get the map fragment and Grace in Dragon Barrow real fast. I guess if we want to get like some extra runes and level up, we could try to find a way to kill Grail sort of quickly, but I don't know how well that's going to work out. Without something to make her bleed very easily and consistently, and even then that's sort of like a lengthy task sometimes, but with just consumables that's going to be kind of hard because we don't have enough kukri to make that work. We can definitely make her bleed once or twice with the kukri that we're carrying, but that would be kind of it. And you kind of, in order to kill her fast, you want a lot more than 2 bleeds. It's like 5 or 6 bleeds or something total. Just sort of tedious for all 165. Yeah. Exactly. Now, obviously, you don't have to kill Grail the sort of cheese way. You could just do it the more intended way and actually fight the little dragons around her to slowly reduce her health to the point where she dies, but when is that might be something we actually have to do. It's just less safe and also, generally speaking, more annoying to do. Kind of want to, just for the hell of it, come up here. I don't know why I'm bothering, because we're just going to, at most, or at best, sell these, but Just want to grab the stones that are up here. But yeah, I've been really meaning to do like just various Elden Ring challenge runs for the longest time, especially just because my channel started originally kind of with challenge runs, and I've been wanting to get back into some of my challenge run roots a little bit. Doesn't have to be like Souls type stuff specifically, but that's something that is a little bit more readily convenient for me because, you know, unless I'm doing something like a speed run, this is more the type of shit that's, well, my speed. Although I don't know that I have any desire to do something like a no-hit run or anything like that in the future with Elden Ring. That's kind of Elden Ring is a little bit too big of a game, I think, for me to ever want to specifically try to do something like no-hit or no damage or whatever. Alright, we don't really need anything else there. Let's just get back on track here. I gotta check this merchant up ahead. He might have something. There's a couple of merchants in the area, actually. Free runes, don't mind if I do. Alright, where was our first boy at? Should be just over here. Yep, there's the camp. I sees it now.
Welcome. Dear Gaston, well, are you please? I'm hungry.
I'm hungry. So yeah, this guy also sells poison stone and poison stone clumps, which we are allowed to use because they are consumables. He also just sells poison bone darts, I guess, if you don't want to make them yourself, but that's maybe not worth the price. But these we can only otherwise pick up. We can't make poison stones and stuff, so we will probably want to get some of them. Let's just buy some clumps for the moment. Come back to you later. Alright. Grab this since we're here. Give us a quick means to get back to him later anyway. Get back up on the road. If you're willing to shotgun, the stone clumps are golden. Yeah, for sure. Even on some stuff that's like fairly poison resistant, you can usually get a lot of poison blasting done with the clumps if you treat them the same way that you do with like the fan daggers and just try to get in close range and hit them with all of it. Which obviously is not the easiest to do on like small targets, but at least on the bigger ones. Or even just kind of medium-sized ones if you're real close. That usually works pretty well. Where is is that other grace here? Should be right around here somewhere. There it is. Buying poison darts is nice in normal play. This run, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if I would justify just buying them that way when I can make them already. Don't get me wrong, like, bone darts in general are kind of not super optimally fun or anything, just because they're kind of a pain in the ass, resource-wise, or, you know, even if you're just going to buy them. Hello, I did not really mean to aggro you, but here we are, I guess. Fucking fuck off, stupid crow. Okay. Items to pick up, sure. Give me that. Butterflies are always nice. Alrighty. Just about to where we need to be. With some more firepower, we should be able to start killing a handful more things, I think. Do I want anything that's up there? I don't think so. Y'all and your catapults and ballista and everything. And your big trolls with flaming swords and shit. No, thank you. Don't think we... Oh, fuck. I pressed the wrong button. I was gonna say, I don't think I need anything here, but let me just check anyway and make sure. And it's a little resistant. Cute. I mean, if this were a normal run, I'd be happy, I guess, but it's more than likely that this character will not be repurposed for anything once this run is completed, just because I... Wow. Okay. It's a little bit fucking rude, sir. You did not need to come all the way over here just to yell at me. I was waiting for that. Gonna do it again. Alright, excuse me, bats. What happened to my jump? Okay. I guess I took the hill at a weird angle and he just fell? I was fucking spamming the button. You could probably even hear it on the microphone. It's not like I forgot the fucking drop was there. He just didn't jump. Not a single jump, not a double jump. Oh shit, of course. Get up. Just what I needed was to feel robbed again. Alright, let's fucking get up there. Why? Again, another just random fucking no jump. Like, he did one jump, but he didn't do the follow-up. He just fucking... It just got lost in the fucking ether, and I didn't have the ability to jump a second time. Alright, let's give me my jump, please. There you go. Quite literally all I was asking for. Go away, bat. Jumping is only for champs. Yes, of course. How could I forget? Alright. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know why I tried to go in there. For the record, it's not fine. That fall was bullshit, but... At least we didn't die. At least you forgot he was a champ for a second? Yeah, I guess. Only champs wear the sweatpants, sandals, no shirt, no hair, no hat. The look of champions. Thanks for the butterfly. That's useful to get back. Okay, dog, I'm gonna need you to not be like an extreme piece of shit. I somehow hit you from... It works. That's definitely not the one. What did that even give me? Slowly running out of resources for all this shit. Alright, so yeah, we don't have the correct one. It's in one of these, like, little gatehouse things or whatever, though, I'm pretty sure. It might be the one that's, like, up above, though. Definitely not gonna fuck around with the Elder Lions right now. Is that it? There we go. Red Main Fire Pot. So we still need mushrooms, but it's 2. Old Fangs, that's gonna be a little bit of a problem, huh? We're gonna have to figure out how we can farm those somewhat consistently. I know that they can drop from a number of enemies, but I gotta figure out what's got the best drop rate to, like, amount of effort we'll be spending to do it in the first place. For now, we can at least craft one of those, I guess. Only one, though, probably, huh? No, we can make 2. We, I think, only have 2... No, we have 3 ritual pots, but I don't have enough fangs or mushrooms. Okay, that still at least give us something fun to play with on the Erdtree avatar. Z, plural. Shut up and pick. How's it going? Consumables only? Yeah, maybe a little masochistic. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, where are we at on... Do I have, like... Yeah, I have a full stack of fire. I'm gonna want, like, some oil pots for when we go. So maybe we should kill a couple of things real quick. I guess we could kill... Bring me over here really quick. I want to kill some, demi-humans here just to see if I can get any lucky old fang drops while I'm here, just using up some fire pots. But we need to go get mushrooms and stuff, and probably more butterflies. Like I said, this is just going to be kind of how the run is. I will try to farm some off-stream. Like, I won't do any rune farming or anything off-stream, but just getting materials in general, that I could just run around and collect. I can just do that stuff off-stream just to save us a little bit of doing that on-stream. It's not gonna reach. I don't know what I was thinking. So this is where Arcane would help us a little bit, because we'd be getting a little bit higher likelihood of drops, but I don't know that most of these demi-humans are going to be great sources of old fangs anyway. I'm pretty sure they can drop some, but they're much more likely to just drop like string and shit like that. Rainbow stones, their weapons in general. So I should look up and see what the best drop rate per effort is going to be, where we're going to have like a good chance of doing all that. But first, let's come here. Actually, that's probably not the one we want to be at. Guess I need to start digging back into this game sooner rather than later. I certainly recommend it. Obviously, there are things about Elden Ring that, like, maybe aren't perfect, but I still really enjoy the game a lot. And, you know, even after having played it for like a million hours, doing the strategy guide and stuff for it with my friends, I'm still not really tired of Elden Ring. I've been burnt out on it before, but I still enjoy playing it. Coastal Cave, maybe? Yeah, I mean, we could go there, if we need just, like, demi-humans, but I just want to see, like, if there's anything else that's, like, otherwise a good drop rate for them, specifically. I gotta remember that it's, like, hard for you guys to hear me if I turn my head away and I'm looking at my other monitor, because my microphone does not pick up the side of me super well, if I turn my head away. Let's see, Old Fang. Castle Morn would be the place to do the farming. I guess that's true, because you can get them from Misbegotten. Only Misbegotten boars and big lion things. I know the big lions do. Obviously, boars do. Maybe it's, yeah, it's probably not demi-humans, actually, at all. Although I could have sworn No, it's probably just that you can find some with them. I know Misbegotten definitely dropped them. Maybe I was just mixing the two of them in my head. Like I said, it's now that it's been a little bit since I've completed the guide stuff anyway, it's not like I keep all that shit in memory, so it would be good to remember all of that for runs like such as these, but I like that this is just melted mushrooms at least. So let's make like, I don't know, 5 of these, and then shit, we can only make 2 of those because we need more mushrooms, right? Let me go do that first then. Get some more mushies. The best of like 6 they've released. Bloodborne is my favorite, but this is their Magnum iPod. Yeah, it's definitely like a culmination of all the stuff that they've been learning and to do over the years. Some of that stuff is not always like, you know, in a sense positive. Like, not to say it's like specifically bad, but just, you know, I'm critical of games that I like too. It's not like a thing that makes me dislike the game. But yeah, there's like a few design philosophies that I feel like sometimes they overtune a little bit just to kind of trip up veteran players that are not always the most inviting, especially to newer players. But even if you're not a newer player, like when you're trying to do like challenge runs like this, obviously this is part of the challenge to succeed, you know, against these or under these circumstances. But sometimes it just gets frustrating when you're having to like always wait for your turn to attack, you know, just waiting for a boss to get done with their like 30 hit combo or whatever the fuck it is they're doing before you can finally do it, or just whatever delayed attack that they're doing that takes like eons before they actually release it, so you know, just kind of like waiting around for the right moment. It just especially for like bigger bosses that have like fast attack speeds, it just doesn't always feel like the best balance for them. But it doesn't make me like necessarily dislike their designs. There's just like a few bosses in the game that are definitely not my favorite because of that. But to be fair, it's hard for me to break like old habits. I always play these games with really low vigor because, well, you didn't really need very high vigor in Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1. And sure, things could still one-shot you pretty easily, but if you knew what you were doing, like, you know, you didn't really need the health. So I always prioritize damage just as a playstyle in general. It's not even really just for these games. If you're going to give me the RPG option sort of thing to level my damage instead of my health, chances are I'm going to level my damage just because that's what I prefer to do. And that always makes playing something like Elden Ring harder, because when you start getting into the later parts of the game and you haven't leveled your health at all, you just get one shot by nearly everything in the damn game instead of just like, you know, bosses. Feels like it's more important than in all the other games. Yeah, it's not just a feeling. You're just 100% right. It is more important in Elden Ring than it is in any of their other action RPG titles, because you can level vigor / vitality in any of their other games if you want to, and it will help, but it's a lot of it is because of the big, you know, scope and open world nature of this game, and just kind of how high powered they wanted things to feel in sort of the later parts of the game. But they really expect you to have something like 60 vigor by end game instead of like 30, which is like typically about as high as I'll go most of the time. Because I just like my first playthrough, if I made a mistake, I definitely felt it, but that's because I didn't feel the need to go beyond 20 vigor throughout the entire playthrough. And I didn't even really level it up very quickly. I stayed at base vigor throughout most of the game when I started. And then I leveled it up to 20 or like 15 relatively early on, didn't touch it again for a really long time, leveled it up to 20, like really late game. And then it was just like, this just isn't really worth the levels that I have to spend on this, so I'll just try to get good. Do the old patented get good strategy and just try not to get hit too much, and use things like the bubble shield and things of that nature, just to be a little bit more survivable if I need it. You know, and I made that work. But my first run, like, technically not my first time playing the game, because I played this game long before it came out, in pre-release builds for strategy guide work. But my first, like, official run of the game, which was also technically before the game even came out, but you know, on the full, like, retail build version at least, I did a sorcerer run, but I wasn't doing like a normal ranged sorcerer. If I had, I feel like it would have been even easier for me to just not level vigor like whatsoever. But I got Carrion Slicer super early on, and I just absolutely loved Carrion Slicer, so I just used it throughout pretty much the entire game. I didn't really feel the need to play as like a ranged sorcerer, because Carrion Slicer is just, it's that high magic damage, but in a melee format, which I prefer. And just, it's fast. It causes things to flinch pretty easily, or like get the little mini staggers and stuff pretty easily. And it cuts right through things, so I never really found much of a downside to using Carrion Slicer throughout like my entire run. Which didn't really feel particularly alien to me or anything anyways, because I had done like sorcery only runs before in like Dark Souls 3, and they have like the Farron Flash Sword, which is essentially the same spell in that game, and you kind of have to use it there too. So once I found out about Hoarfrost Stomp, I used that like crazy, and the nerf still makes me sad. Yeah, I feel like they nerfed it a little too hard. It definitely needed a little bit of a nerf because it was overpowered, especially in PvP, but even for PvE, it didn't really need to be quite as strong as it was. However, what they should have done is just nerfed the damage a little bit. They shouldn't have made it slower. I feel like making it slower was kind of stupid. Because it used to be faster to cast originally. And I feel like just having lower damage but like a fast cast speed is fine. Like, because then you're not just like one-shotting everything, but you can still like maneuver around and operate it pretty easily without feeling like you're just weak, you know? Because Hoarfrost Stomp in its current state still does pretty good damage. It just isn't as OP as it once was, but I don't like that it's as slow as it is sometimes, because it used to be pretty quick feeling. Same with the Sword of Night and Flame. Yeah, the Sword of the Night and Flame is, again, it's another one that, like, the nerf kind of made sense because it was kind of OP, you know? Especially since it gives you access to, like, a Comet Azure type ability, but doesn't consume your entire mana bar, but at the same time, or FP, I mean, but at the same time still does quite high damage for the small burst that you get. It's not ultimately as high as Comet Azure itself can do when you have it sustained, especially with like the hidden cerulean tier, just giving you infinite FP for 10 seconds. Like that's pretty crazy, or 15 seconds, whatever it is. All right, it's probably going to be enough mushrooms for at least a little bit. See, one thing I don't mind about this in this run is that having these, you know, as long as people are around and wanting to chat, it's nice to just have these moments of farming just to kind of like do little chatty things anyways. So I kind of don't mind these little easy farm runs, to be honest. So yeah, I want to come here. Maybe we'll farm up some Misbegotten too when we're, oh, I went to the wrong fucking place again. But yeah, I want to see if we can kill this Erdtree avatar without too much trouble. I should definitely make it a semi-priority to get to Altus and start getting perfume stuff so I can do like perfume buffs at the very least, because I don't want to only be using stuff like Exalted Flesh for buffs, because it's not super good and the ingredients for it are not as easy to come by. I'd rather just use like Blood Boil aromatic and Uplifting aromatic and stuff like that. And again, if we really want to, we can use like the Jellyfish Shield buff. I still think that it's like potentially on the table. I just am going to try to not really use non-consumable buffs for now. Let's see how this goes without buffs. Additionally, we just need to get this on here. Alright, hang on, let me just catch up on chat really quick before I start this fight. I wouldn't mind them nerfing again for PvP, like when they split the PvP and PvP changes, or PvE and PvP changes. Really expected them to buff it in the PvE, but alas. Yeah, it would be nice if they had done that a little bit better, but I think all they really needed to do, like I said, was just nerf the damage, especially for PvP, but a little bit for PvE as well, because it was kind of overpowered. But you can't, you know, if their intent was to nerf that and the speed, you can't really nerf the speed for PvP specifically. That's going to have to be kind of an across-the-board change, so I guess they just decided to say, fuck it, we're just going to nerf it across the board. This game is too fast for slow spells. They did a good job with sorceries, though. Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, sorceries, because you can keep your distance with most ranged spells, like their cast speed is not too bad for the slower ones, even if you want to charge them. And it gives you enough freedom to kind of make that work. For stuff like Carrion Slicer, it's already really fast, and you can make it even faster with like the Radagon icon and shit like that, or just having high dex, or both, really. So of course, you can have like just a really, really quick little lightsaber sword that just swishes through everything without getting like caught on walls and recoiling or anything, especially even if just someone blocks, you don't recoil. It's super nice. And magic damage in this game is one of the best damage sources you can have, with the exception of fighting stuff at the academy, especially Renala herself. Like, magic damage is just one of the best damage types throughout the entire game. Fire is probably also for most things, except there's probably a handful more things that are resistant to it than magic. Holy is really good against certain things, and then early game Holy is also okay, but then late game Holy becomes, unfortunately, kind of trash because most things are resistant to it, or at least a lot of the things that you might want to use it on are. And then, yeah, so your other, like, more status ailment-y things are still pretty strong, of course, but, I had really low hopes when I first found it, but finding that it was amazing was so nice. Yeah, I understand that. Did they ever nerf bleed? So blood loss itself was not so much nerfed as they just nerfed certain weapons that had it. Like, yeah, it's not like as easy to just immediately destroy people with blood loss in PvP, but it's still very viable, more than viable. It's still pretty OP, to be honest. Maybe not as much as it once was, but it's a bit up there. No shard bearer with less than 40 holy resist. Yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate. Maybe the DLC will give us some more holy weak enemies, and people who like holy builds can kind of shine a little bit there. I heavily dislike Sword of Night and Flame. A lot of weapons being L2 sticks is one of my least favorite design choices with ER. That's totally fair. I do get where you're coming from with that, for sure. I think a lot of skills in Ashes of War can be a lot of fun to use, but I get, you know, finding it to be turning a sword into kind of a gun that you spam over and over again could obviously just be a little lame. Not that you have to use it that way, of course, but seeing other people use it that way, especially in like PvP, maybe I get could be a little aggravating, perhaps. And also, how's it going, Reapy Soul? Welcome in. They did nerf Seppuku, which one of the highest? Yeah, they did nerf that one a fair bit. But again, that's what I'm saying. They didn't. It's not so much blood loss itself that got nerfed, like on players, so much as just the things that do blood loss got nerfed, if that makes sense. Or certain things did, not everything. Hope we see some cool Ashes of War and more spells in the DLC. I'm absolutely sure we'll see plenty of new weapons, new Ashes of War, and new spells, and new armor sets. There's going to be plenty, I'm sure. Knowing that it's going to be massive, there's no way there's not going to be lots of like cool new shit to use. Probably even some stuff that they wanted to put in the base game but just couldn't, so we shall see. A whip sword like the one from Dark Souls 2 would be cool. Yeah, I mean, you kind of, in a way, have something sort of similar with, like, the Haslow's pedal whip, but obviously it's just like a whip, right? It's like a chain whip. It's not like an actual sword that turns into a whip. And I do like that design. The the classic, like, Ivy whip sword thing from Soul Calibur is definitely really fun. And yeah, I do remember, like, finding that in Dark Souls 2 back in the day and enjoying it, but I can't remember if it was a particularly good weapon or not. I just like the design of it. All right, let's see if we can't get this guy down. Yeah, that's the good stuff. I did kind of arrange my weapons, or my consumables, in sort of a weird way, but it's alright. That was a little bit of a whoopsie. I overcommitted there and hit the button twice. One more. Okay. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get the, like, red main pots that we could use and oil pots there, because it kind of used exactly everything we had to make that work without having to use other items. So that worked out pretty well. Let's quickly make more of these for now. And then, yeah, maybe really quick, I just want to come to Castle Morn and just see if we can, like, farm up some old fangs really fast, just to... I don't want to use the red main fire pots too often, just because their cost is a little more steep, but, like, just having them around would obviously be good. I was really excited to see the guitar in Elden Ring, since Voldo from Soul Calibur is one of my favorite characters in media, but the execution was kind of botched. Yeah, it's actually still a pretty strong weapon, especially since they had, like, buffed fist and claw weapons at one point, but I get what you mean, though. Imagine a throwing weapon in a Souls game. Yeah, the javelin thingy. You can kind of get something like that with various Ashes of War. You're not exactly throwing the weapon itself, but, like, there's just for something similar at least, there's Spectral Lance and Ice Spear. Now, Spectral Lance I think is a little on the fucking weak side, but Ice Spear is not bad. You know, obviously you're technically just more or less conjuring a spear from your spear rather than actually throwing yours, but in both instances, but still kind of cool. I wish Spectral Lance is better. I wouldn't mind using it in the Ash of War only run, but it's frankly just a little too weak, I think. It was what I was expecting from Stormblade, because back when I, you know, first started, like, using it here and there for the guide stuff, like, Stormblade used to be kind of weak, but apparently they've since buffed it, because that's actually one of the better ones that I have right now on that run. I don't know how likely it is that we're going to get a lot of old fangs here, especially when we gotta throw like 2 per guy here. It's a little much. How did... what? Okay. I don't quite know how that went through you to the other guy, but it's kind of cool, I guess. One old fang. Yeah, I suppose that's better than nothing, but yeah. So, old fangs are, and I don't know, we're probably gonna want like some other ritual pot recipes for this kind of shit anyway. Do we just want to do Castlemorn while we're here, I guess? I don't know. Is there much, like, worth doing here is the thing. Probably not a lot. Trying to think. I don't think there's, like, any recipe books here. There is a torch, but we already have a lantern, so it's not like we need a torch. Yeah. Okay. Well, we know that we can come back here to farm, and, you know, obviously if we use, like, a silver pickled fowl foot or something, and just have higher arcane, maybe later we can probably have a higher chance of getting some. You know, we obviously, like, hunt boar in certain areas and stuff like that, but elder lions are kind of off the table because they take a little too much to really do that sort of shit with for farming, but... So let's see. What do we want to get next? Is there anything else pre-Altus that we want to, like, just try to grab? Let's see. That one is in... That one's probably a no. Icy Spear is good. Throw it on the Clayman Harpoon with Cold Infusion. You have a solid strengthened weapon. Yeah. Clayman Harpoon in general is just kind of a nice weapon. But it's kind of what I was saying, though, too, is that magic in Elden Ring is like a damage type is just good. Alright, so some of the other ritual pot things are going to be later game. Late-ish game. Is lightning again? Let's see, lightning, that's also Altus, okay. I mean, it's not like we can't get to Altus, it's just a matter of, getting the other medallion for the Dectus lift, or going through Runestrewn Precipice, but Runestrewn Precipice might be a pain in the ass. If for no other reason than specifically Magworm Makar might be kind of a problem with our current level of, like, stats and stuff we have access to right now. We don't have magic pots yet. Those are... That's in Liurnia. We should grab that. I know there's also the Academy pots as well. I suppose we could do that. We should also get, like, Cracked Crystal anyways, for Crystal Darts, because that's something we're going to want to deal with as well. One thing we could do is, if we want to make our way later down to the catacombs over here, the Kaled ones, where there's the double Erdtree Burial Watchdog fight, we could get them to fight each other if we bring some Crystal Darts with us. Which is at least kind of a fun idea. worthwhile damage. Can you get the F out of there, please? Well, he did what I said, I guess. Thank you. Let's see. Our only other alternative is like getting ourselves taken to like Mount Gelmir so we can get there like extra quick. But then we'd have to like fight our way out, which doesn't sound super good. Okay, so that's magic pots at least. Oh, you need glintstone fireflies for those, that's right. At least those aren't particularly hard to farm. But yeah, I think I want to go to one of the tunnels and or crystal caves. I guess we could go to the tunnel here for now. There should be plenty of cracked crystal in there. I guess I just like multi-target and multi-hit attacks. Seeing a group of enemies melting is so satisfying. I do like nice AoEs from time to time when you're doing PvE stuff. It can be pretty fun. Special Lance does have a niche interaction where it works with Arrow's Reach Talisman to massively boost the range and get good damage with high arcane and modifiers like Shard of Alexander. Int builds are by far the best in Elden Ring. Even if I don't like what they've done with some of the casting and tool balancing. Yeah, no, that's fair. And yeah, no, I I definitely agree. Like, sorcery in general is the most viable it's ever been in Elden Ring compared to some of their other games. And you can obviously do like sorcery only runs in like Dark Souls 3 and whatnot, but it's just like especially good in this. If you just want to make like a pure sorcery build, but you know, int builds in general, there's a fair bit of variety within that archetype. It doesn't have to be specifically a caster, and there's still a lot you can get out of it, and plenty of good damage to be had. Just because, like I said, a lot of the things in the game are not overly resistant to magic damage. Certain things are, but just not that many compared to other things. Oops, I didn't mean to remove it. Okay, let's go in here and do some stuff. See if we can get a decent amount of cracked crystal while we're here, just so we can make crystal darts. Any sort of like little quick run through of one of these tunnels or crystal cave type areas should net us a fair amount of cracked crystal that we can use then to just make crystal darts. So that makes them at least relatively easy to farm if we need more. Speaking of, we can go ahead and make at least one pile of them so that we can at least put them on the bar a while. Let's just take that off for now. Crystal darts, I think I want to, well, for now, maybe just take the throwing knives off, but we'll probably put those back on too. Now, the one thing about crystal darts, again, is that they do require FP to throw, so... Oh, nice. I wish I could have roll canceled that. I was not expecting it to one-shot him. So we should level again soon and or spend our runes on something just because we have more than I realized. Yes, drop me more of those large glintstone scraps and shit. Those are more consumables we can use. Probably more later on when we have better intelligence. take those. It's not even a matter of viability. There's also just a wider amount of usable gameplay options that aren't just generic soul arrow. Oh, for sure. 100%. I do think Carrion Slicer was very overtuned, though, since with how From does boss design, enemies tend to have a much wider selection of threatening moves at long range to punish passive play. Whereas Slicer has all the same openings as Melee, but better. Yeah, it's, you know, they did nerf it a bit, but not, like, by a crazy amount. It probably feels a little bit better now, but yeah, Carrion Slicer definitely carried me pretty hard in the first one. Not to say that there was no skill involved or anything, but, like, it's just a really fucking good spell. So for this run, does Wraith Calling Bell count, or is it out? No, it's technically a consumable. I probably won't be using it that much, just because I feel like it would get a little boring to just kind of use, like, reusable consumables over and over again. But it's not, like, outside of the rules. For that one, technically, to be outside of the rules, it would have to be, you know, either just no reusable consumables or specifically no non-crafted consumables, which, again, is a possible run. I know it's been done before, but it's a much harder run to only use ones that you can craft, because it limits your selection by quite a lot. Because that's like darts and jars and cuckoo glintstone and aromatics or other, you know, perfume items. And that's about it. Like, you don't really have kukri or fan daggers or anything with that sort of setup, which is pretty limiting, but it's apparently been done before. I know at least one person made like a video on it like back in the day, so I mean, I'm assuming it's still very possible as well. But, you know, for me, consumables only was already enough of a challenge that I didn't really feel like limiting it further to, you know, only crafted consumables, because that just sounds like a lot more of a nightmare, frankly. We're definitely running through these very fast. We're going to be out of butterflies soon, but we can go farm up some more. And like I said, I will try to get what I can off stream just to make that a little bit more viable, more nice. I don't think there's anything at the elevator that we miss if we just go this way, so I'm just going to go this way. Okay, that almost went kind of bad. I thought maybe it would just reach over there, but no such luck. Oh, the digger's staff. On maybe one of the only runs that I would, like, have absolutely zero use for it. It's not a staff that I particularly go for, but I guess if you really wanted to use the digger sorceries, you could. Are you allowed to equip weapons at all, such as things like Jellyfish Shield, which can buff consumable damage? Yeah, so I was saying before that those things are not technically off the table. I am, like, allowed to use them, but I'm endeavoring to not use them unless my damage just really gets to a point where I feel like I absolutely need the buff from outside help that's not specifically a consumable. Because, yeah, like, I don't think that it's, like, specifically not in the spirit of the run to use those. It's not like it's any sort of an official run, so I don't need to worry about people being, like, upset with me, but, moreover, it's just kind of It's not a consumable, but it's not specifically against the rules, so I'm trying to not really use it a lot or that sort of thing unless I really need it. If I run into something, especially like later game, where I'm just like, I really need the extra damage, then I'm not going to feel too bad about using it, but just trying not to just be super frivolous with like the way that I've kind of just set up this run, I guess. Okay, we're down to our remaining 3 pots here, so we're gonna have to go farm up more butterflies after this. And honestly, we might not even want to try doing the boss in here right now with such limited items. Oh, hello. Why did that? Oh, right. These guys are already 2 shots. I don't know why I was expecting it to kill him in 1. But that's actually not bad damage. I do really like that even though these use FP, that it's like extremely minimal. Alright, bro. Alright, let's quickly make some more crystal darts while we can. 13 times 5 should be quite a bit, so that'll set us up decently for now. Although against these guys it's probably not going to be overly strong. Let's just see what the damage is like, I suppose, but... Again, not quite as bad as I was expecting, but definitely not great. But this is definitely the type of shit that I want from what I like about this sort of run, that even though the damage is not particularly high, at least not yet, we get like some nice speed and mobility with this shit that you just don't really have with Ash of War only. No, not worth. Not worth. We are running low though here. I guess that other guy is like kind of aggroed, so I just want to see if I can at least get this guy killed before I like just run out of here. What? It's for the Glintstone scraps, buddies. This guy is like very confused. Okay, I'm so tired of getting pincered in this game though, I'll tell you that much. Where you just get body blocked by one thing or another and can't fucking move because their hitbox is just wide enough to prevent you from moving forward in a particular spot. Excuse me, don't mind me. I'm just passing through, mining some crystal. You know how it is. Okay, I don't appreciate that y'all are following me this far. Leave me be, please. Although if you all want to fall to your death like that guy did, that would be more than fine. Alright, so Yeah, we're not making any more fire pots. We could make holy pots, at least some, but it's not going to be super good against what's in there. Because I think, was this the Crystallian one? I suppose we could like find out really quick and then just quit out. Are these worth making? Probably not, but I just want to see, I guess, what we're dealing with. Just the singular Crystallian. We might be... How did you end up there? We might be able to make this work somehow. Motherfucker. I really thought maybe your stance would have broken by now. Am I just wasting these? I could have sworn that this would still... Oh, fuck off. Nice buffered roll. These would work okay. Oh, there we go. They took fucking 5 years. Not like all of my fucking knives. I did not think that was gonna hit. Almost there. Only took a few years to get him there, but you know. Nice double broke him. In the face. Okay. Well, that was probably a slightly ill-advised version or way to fight that boss, but you know, we got there. That's the important part, I guess. We did use like a lot of our crystal darts, but we should have more in storage, I think. Let's just head out and find out. Alright, let's see. What time is it now? We've been going for like 5.5 hours already. Time do fly quite a bit for sure. So we have another 25. We're definitely going to want more. Let me just grab a little bit more cracked crystal while we're here. Just going to like run through and grab it though. I'm not going to fight a bunch or anything like that. Just like little quick run and grab. way we just have like some nice little farm spots for this, and then also we should probably level up a little bit. What do we want now? Intelligence, maybe? Some strength, probably. Intelligence will make our crystal darts better. Also, if we want to start using magic pots, it'll make those better too. This doesn't really do anything for our fire pots, though. But that's probably okay. I'm not going to take many things beyond like 20. Dex and strength we will take beyond 20, but the others like will be kind of like, as we come to them, we'll try to level them up a little bit here and there, but our stats are going to be a little bit spread out, so it's going to be kind of hard to do like a lot. It's held. We needed like 3,900, I think. It's obviously way too much, but good enough. And then we can also probably buy some more stuff here soon. And they really don't like when you just steal the cracked crystal out from under them, which is just really funny that you can just like nab it, because they're just like sitting there trying their hardest to mine it out of there, and all you can you can just walk in and yoink it. I don't gotta mine shit, I just pull it out of the wall with my bare hands. Alright, Wondrous Physic we should switch up. I don't want the heal from it all that bad, so let's just put the bubble tier on there, I guess, and then the thorny tier might help us in the long run if we, at least on like when we're attacking super frequently. I don't know like if that'll do a lot for us or not, but we'll see. For now, we'll just leave the strength one in there, I think. Item crafting, crystal darts. We can make another 20. I guess that's good enough for the moment. But like I said, I'll do a bunch of farming off stream. For now, we got to go do like at least a little bit more real quick here. I'm not going to go like a whole lot longer though, because I've already been going for close to 6 hours now. But I'll see if I can find something good for us to do before we wrap it up, instead of just calling it after doing some farming. Maybe we should kill oh, I'm out of fan daggers, I just realized. It's my surplus ones. But yeah, maybe we should see if we can kill the bell-bearing hunter here so we can get the bone peddlers stuff. That way we can just buy bones if we really want to. I feel like we're not going to be like hurting for runes all the time or anything. We just need, you know, to have some for levels here and there, and then occasionally just buying more like throwing knife type stuff that we can't craft. I should even just buy like some more regular throwing knives too, just so I've got them in surplus, even if we're not really using them as much. But I definitely should keep them on my bar, frankly. There's enough times where we like run low of something in a fight where just having whatever else we have on hand is going to be useful, I think. Let's see. Come up over here, and we'll get our next batch, and then I just want to check and see if I need more mushrooms too while I'm at it, because I might. But yeah, I'm tempted to see if we can kind of just make a fight with the bell-bearing hunter work here with kind of what we have. Maybe we'll use some oil pots on him to make the fire damage a little bit better, but I don't know how much it's going to help us. If it doesn't do a very big boost, it might be better off just hitting him with regular fire pots. Even if they aren't going to get any buff damage that way. But we're probably going to need, like, a bunch of shit. And I should more than likely just acquire some fan daggers as well, just before we do it. Again, their damage is not particularly high right now, but we can make it higher, so with the appropriate buffs and whatnot. Alright, start here. Let's craft just all of those, I guess. Let's craft one of these. And then, yeah, we absolutely do need mushrooms as well. Give me one more loop of butterflies here. Okay. We get those. I'll just go get some mushrooms really quick, then we'll come back and fight the boy. Give it a try at least. I was hoping the deer would get caught in that and we get some free bones. We'll probably want to actually poison him, speaking of bones. But I did make, like, some poison bone darts, hopefully enough to at least poison him once. Okay, just quickly go get these really fast. Just a few rounds of mushroom gathering, and then we can try fighting us a bell-bearing hunter, and we'll end on that. Well, at least if we're successful. If we're not successful after a few attempts, then maybe we'll just try something else, but I don't expect him to be super hard, necessarily, but I might stay on my horse for this, because when you don't have much of any health or armor fighting this dude, he's going to typically just one-shot you with a lot of his attacks, and staying at even like a medium distance, although with consumables we kind of have to stay at a medium distance, so I don't know that being on the horse is actually going to help much. It's more like if you want to use like bow tactics, you can kind of make like longer distance work in your favor. So yeah, we'll see. It may not go well. I'm better at dodging all of his like super close range shit than I am at evading any of his like telekinetic crap from like a distance. Like his like mid/long range 4-hit combo I'm not necessarily terrible at, but sometimes he can kind of switch it up a little bit, and that always kind of like catches me off guard. Or I just accidentally fuck up the timing in general, but alright, one more and that'll probably be good enough for now. At least we'll give this at least like one good try. Honestly, I'm getting a little tired anyways, so after we attempt this, we'll give it at least one good attempt, and if that doesn't work out, then we'll just call it there anyway. Get him next time. But yeah, so far I'm definitely liking the consumables run. It's kept me feeling pretty engaged with it, even though we've had to do like a fair bit of farming. I don't really mind that too much. Alright, now the question is, do I need to do anything? I shouldn't really need to buy anything from you. Item crafting. I think we've made as much as we're gonna make at this point, unless we want to make like some glint stones, which, I mean, you know, they might help. We can make 2, sure. Oh, right, actually, before we go fight him, I need to go buy more fan daggers and maybe some throwing knives too while we're at it. Poison clumps will probably be kind of decent against him too, but we'll save those for later. So fan daggers are patches. And throwing knives we can just get from Kale. Honestly, I should not just use runes. I should sell him shit, because I've got a bunch of shit that I'm not using. I'll figure out at some point precisely what crafting materials I'm just not really going to end up using much at all, and then I will definitely just sell them as well. It's always a little painful just seeing someone, I guess, sell their smithing materials, but we just don't need them. Don't sell the jellyfish shield in case you want to use it later. We can keep the talismans for now. They gave us quite a bit of runes, but goddamn, we're gonna use a fucking lot of it just for these. Just give me like 50 for now.
Cheers for that.
Take me to Kale. We'll buy a bunch of throwing knives from him, and then if we have anything left over, we'll just level up with it. Or even actually, let's do it this way. Level up, 1, 2. Spend the remaining 9k on knives and shit. Actually, let's do it. Let's get 2 points of strength.
Always.
244, we probably don't need quite that many, actually. I forgot these were like on the cheaper side. Hold on. Maybe we will level up one more time then.
Always.
Even that's probably overkill, but we'll take that.
Goodbye.
Okay, so that's got us decently set up with some goodies to use. Let's go see if we can fight him. I'm gonna say I'm gonna not use my red main pots on this. I want to save those until we can maybe just start having a better stockpile or just some other type of ritual pot type thing to use. Alright, make it nighttime. He is poisoned already. I actually didn't need to do as much as I had already done. Don't know what happened to my last knife there, and I got stuck on a fucking thing. What? Oh, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about, is that he can delay that shit and switch it into a different one if you're expecting, like, the quicker one. Okay, he does not appear to be poisoned any longer. Of course he bled on the final one, which would have killed him anyway. Alright, well, actually that went pretty well. Really the only one of these is, like, especially bad when it comes to the distance of stuff. If you can just keep your distance with this sort of strategy, the only one that's bad is Elimer himself, because you can't really keep your distance all that well with him. Alright, I'll take that back off for now. The rest can stay. But yeah, that, I guess, will probably do it for today's stream of this. Do I want to buy anything while we're here? We're still, like, looking okay on some of this stuff. We have another 35 of those, only 19 of those, but we'll buy and make more stuff. And I'll do some farming off stream, just, like, try to collect a whole bunch of butterflies and mushrooms, and, you know, maybe just some shit to sell so I can buy extra knives and whatnot. But yeah, like I said, I'm having fun with this run so far. It's been pretty good. Definitely been enjoying it. I like fighting the Bell-Bearing Hunter more just, like, straight up. I do find a few of his attacks to be occasionally a little bit bullshit, just because you can switch which parts of his combo he's doing when you're at, like, a close to medium range. If you can just outrange him entirely, if you're using a ranged build, he's pretty easy, as you can clearly see. And if you're up close, like right in his face, he does a little bit more consistent moves, but sometimes they're a little hard to dodge, especially if he just keeps doing stupid shit, which is more of a problem with Elimer, just because he doesn't really give you any room to keep away from him, so, because that whole room just kind of sucks. But when you're fighting normally, I don't find him to be too much of a problem. I found him to be a problem when, last time I encountered him, because I was doing the Ash of War only thing, and even with, like, Stormblade or whatever it was I was using, I just didn't have very much time to actually attack him safely. So it just kind of made for, like, a frustratingly annoying fight. But overall, I think he's not too bad. It's just a matter of, like, overcoming the way these challenges are set up, so... Anywho, that's going to do it for today, y'all. I do very much appreciate y'all hanging out with me today, as always. I hope you've been enjoying the Consumables only playthrough as much as I have. And yeah, I will continue the Ash of War one as well here soon, but I'll probably do at least a little bit more of this before I continue that one. But yeah, tomorrow, depending on how Dodo's feeling, we might do some Baldur's Gate 3. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. But yeah, and then yeah, that'll be that. Let's do a little raid. Oops, pressed the wrong thing. There we go. We'll raid Sammy again. I would probably branch out and raid a few more people at this time, but a lot of the people that I know don't stream at this time anymore, so I gotta find some other folks to switch it up with a little bit. But yeah, she's doing some Tears of the Kingdom, so if you don't mind, just pop in, say hey for me. But yeah. Anyways, y'all, thanks again so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. Have yourselves a great rest of your day/night, and I shall see y'all on the next one. Alright, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.